founders of the worldwide pharmaceutical company, Umbrella Incorporated. The estate was designed by award-winning architect George Trevor as a guest house for Umbrella VIPs and was closed down shortly after completion. According to a spokesperson for the Umbrella Corporation, parts of the estate were still being used to store a number of industrial communications and consultants used by Umbrella. Whitney said in a statement yesterday that the company would take full responsibility for the unfortunate incident, calling it a severe oversight on our part. Those chemicals should have been cleared out of the Spencer house a long time, and we're just thankful that no one was hurt. At this point, the cause of the fire is undetermined, but Whitney went on to say that Umbrella will be bringing in their own investigators to sift through the ruins and hope to determine the fire's point of origin. Surprising announcement by city officials at a press conference yesterday, the Raccoon City branch of the Special Tactics and Rescue Service was officially removed from the investigation into the 9 brutal murders and 5 disappearances of city residents that have occurred in the last 10 weeks. City Council member Edward Weist delivered a statement, citing gross incompetence as the primary reason for the S.T.A.R.S removal. Readers may remember that the S.T.A.R.S first action upon being assigned the case last week was to search the northwest area of the Weist stated that it was because of their blatantly unprofessional conduct that the mission ended in disaster, resulting in the crash of a helicopter and the loss of 6 of their 11 team members, including the S.T.A.R.S branch commander, Captain Wesker. After the S.T.A.R.S mishandling of the Raccoon Forest search, said Weist, we decided to let the RPD see this investigation through to its conclusion. We have reason to believe that the S.T.A.R.S may have been ingesting drugs prior to their search, and have suspended the use of their services indefinitely. Weist was joined by Sarah Jacobson, representing Mayor Harris, and Police Commissioner J.C. Washington to make the announcement and answer questions. Neither Police Chief Brian Irons nor any of the surviving S.T.A.R.S could be reached for comment. Cityside, August 3rd, 1998. Source of estate fire deemed accidental. After an exhaustive investigation by fire officials working with Umbrella's Industrial Services Division, the fire that ravaged the company on the Spencer estate in Raccoon Forest late last month was
Everything is proceeding as planned.
by carelessness on
The
part of
world will
persons-
soon be
persons
ours.
unknown, as was announced in a press conference yesterday. Said ISD team leader David Bischoff. It looks like somebody tried to start a campfire in one of the mansion's rooms, and things just got out of control. We found nothing to suggest arson or foul play of any kind. He went on to say that while the destruction of the property was total, there's no evidence that anyone was caught in the fire or subsequent explosion. Chief Brian Irons of the Raccoon City Police Department was in attendance at the conference, and when asked whether he believed the fire to be connected to the murders and disappearances plaguing the city, Irons stated that there was no way to be sure. Said Irons, "At this point, anything I could say would only be speculation. I will say that the fact that the murders have stopped since the night of the fire seems to imply that perhaps the killers were hiding there. We can only hope that they've now left the area and will soon be apprehended." Chief Irons refused to comment on the allegations of the gross misconduct by the S.T.A.R.S in their brief assignment to the murder investigation, saying only that he agreed with the City Council's decision and disciplinary actions are being considered. Chapter 1. Rebecca Chambers rode her mountain bike through the dark, winding streets of the Cider District, the late summer moon swelling in the warm, clear night sky overhead. Although it was relatively early, the suburban streets were deserted, and citywide curfew still in effect. No one under 18 was supposed to be out after dusk until the murderers were caught and put safely behind bars. It had been a tense and quiet summer in Raccoon City, at least on the surface. She glided past the silent houses, the faint glow of television sets spilling out across well-kept lawns, the distant drone of crickets and an occasional barking dog, the only sound in the air that went past her. The uneasy citizens of Raccoon behind those locked doors, waiting for the announcement that the killers had been apprehended. For just a moment, Rebecca came to ignorance. She'd S.T.A.R.S had escaped treachery and death, just to run up against a massive brick wall of scornful disbelief when they tried to tell their tale. Jill, Chris, Mary, and herself had been labeled drug addicts, and worse, beggars, undoubtedly at Umbrella's back. And after their suspension, he had refused to believe them. Now with Umbrella taking over the investigation of the fire, undoubtedly getting rid of the last of the evidence, it was as if everywhere the stars turned, Umbrella had been there first, greasing palms and covering tracks, making it impossible to get anyone to listen to their story.
Not that it would have been that simple anyway. One of the biggest, most respectable medical research and pharmaceutical companies in the world. Not to mention the primary source of income in Raccoon. Conducting bioweapons research in a secret lab. Creating experimental monsters. If I didn't know better, I'd probably think I was crazy too.
At least the absolute worst was over. With the labs destroyed, the attacks on Raccoon had stopped, though the people responsible hadn't been held accountable yet. She figured it was only a matter
All
of
units
time.
converge on the main entrance. We have confirmed multiple hostiles inside.
Move!
Get inside!
She and the others just had to watch their backs until the home office sent back up.
Speaking of,
The pancake holster was poking into her ribcage. That not just bleeding out of her shirt, hoping that after tonight she wouldn't have to carry the weapon anymore. The snow-nosed 38 revolver from Mary's collection. She couldn't speak for the others, but she hadn't had a decent night's sleep since the escape of Spencer Estate. Walking around armed all the time wasn't her idea of safe. Sighing inwardly, she took a left on Foster and pedaled through the shadows toward Barrett's house, reminding herself that he'd probably called the meeting because he'd heard from the home office with orders. He would only say that there'd been a development and to show up ASAP. And though she was trying not to let her imagination run away with her, she couldn't help the steady pulse of excitement that had gnawed in her stomach since he called.
maybe they'll fly us to New York to brief the investigation team. Or even to Europe, for when they storm Umbrella's headquarters.
Wherever they were sent, it had to be done. Chris seemed to think that Umbrella was waiting until the weapon was chicken heart figures that apparently skipped out of town for only 2 days, unable to take the question, and all the Jill condemned Brad's powers. Rebecca was starting to wonder if maybe the Alpha pilot didn't have the right idea. It wasn't that she wanted Umbrella to walk. There was no question that their experiments were reprehensible, certainly illegal. But until the stars said no, staying in Raccoon City was dangerous.
Not after tonight. Just a little bit longer. And this will all be over. No more guns. No more locked doors. No more worrying about what Umbrella will do to us for knowing the truth.
When they'd first made their report, their superiors in New York had told them to stay put. Assistant Director Kurtz himself had promised to do some investigating and get back to them. It had been 11 days and still no word. She had no intention of running away as Brad had done. But she'd come to hate the feeling that caused her. The weight of the deadly steel against her side every day. She was supposed to be a chemist, for Christ's sake.
And once reinforcements come, maybe they'll move me to one of the labs. Let me study the virus. Technically, I'm still a prophet. There's no way they can work on other ways.
There was no question that it would be the best use of her talents. The others were experienced. Rebecca had only been with the stars for 5 weeks. Her first mission was in the forest could have wiped out over half the team, including the rest of them into Umbrella City. Since then, she'd spent a lot of time brushing up on the molecular architecture of viruses, trying to determine the T-virus replication strategy. The stars didn't need field notes right now, they needed scientists. And if she learned anything from the Spencer Estate disaster, it was that she belonged in the lab. She'd held her own that night, but she also knew that working with the T-virus was the greatest contribution she could make towards stopping Umbrella.
And you may as well face it.
Her mind whispered.
You're fascinated by it. The chance to study an unclassified emerging mutagen, to find out what makes it tick. That's what makes you tick.
Yeah, well, there was no shame in enjoying her work. She'd joined stopped at the end of the block in front of a huge two-story remodeled Victorian, painted a pale yellow, checking all around for anything suspicious before getting off her bike. The Burtons lived next to a sprawling suburban park, heavy with trees. Even a few weeks ago, she might have wandered through the solid park, enjoying the balmy summer night, looking at the stars. Now it was just one more dark place for someone to hide. Shivering slightly, in spite of the warm, humid air, she hurried up the front walk, dragging her bike onto the porch. She wiped sweat from the back of her neck and checked her watch. She'd made excellent progress. Only 20 minutes since Barry's call. Rebecca leaned the bicycle against the railing, praying that he had good news. Before she could knock, Barry opened the door, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, his heavily muscled body filling the door's frame. Barry lifted weights with a vengeance. He smiled and stood back to let her inside.
We are out of time. The final phase begins tonight, regardless of the risk.
You're signing our death warrants. The creature isn't ready.
Making him look like an overgrown cowboy. You see anybody? He asked lightly. She shook her head.
No. I took that too.
Barry nodded. Though he was still smiling, she could see the haunted look in his eyes. The look he'd had ever since their narrow escape. She wished she could tell him that it blamed him, but knew it wouldn't make a difference. Barry still held himself responsible for a lot of what had happened with his state that night. He looked as though he was losing weight too, though she figured that had more to do with him missing his wife and kids. He'd sent them out of town immediately following the incident, terrified for their safety.
Just one more way that Umbrella has damaged our lives.
He led her through the spacious hallway past the stairs, the walls decorated with granite blinds and flowers that his daughters had made. The Burton house was rambling and spacious, filled with the scuffed and worn furnishings that belonged to family. Chris and Jill should be here any time. You want some coffee? He seemed tense, scruffing nervously at his short red beard.
No thanks. Maybe some water.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and introduce yourself. I'll be back in a minute. He hurried off to the kitchen before she could ask him if anything was wrong.
Introduce myself. What's going on?
She walked through the hall's arched opening into the pleasant, comfortable living room and stopped. A little startled to see a strange man sitting in one of the recliners. He stood up as she entered the room, smiling, but she could see by the way his dark gaze narrowed slightly that he was sizing her up. Even a few weeks ago, the careful scrutiny would have made her horribly self-conscious. She was the youngest S.T.A.R.S member ever to be accepted for active duty, and knew that she looked it, but if anything positive had come from the incident at the Umbrella lab, it was that she no longer cared much about things like social embarrassment. Staring down a house full of monsters tends to put things in perspective that way. Besides which, being stared at had gotten pretty routine since then. She gazed back at him impassively, studying him in return. Jeans, a nice shirt, running shoes. He also wore a hip holster with a 9mm Beretta, the S.T.A.R.S standard issue sidearm. He was tall, maybe a full foot over her 5'3" frame, but slender, with a physique like a swimmer's. He was almost movie star handsome, a high-weathered brow and finely chiseled features, short, dark hair, with a piercing gaze that sparkled with intelligence. You must be Rebecca Chambers, he said. He had a British accent.
Come on, bring it down!
His words clipped and
Hurry!
somewhat polished. You're the biochemist, is that right? Rebecca nodded.
Working on it. And you are?
He smiled wider, shaking his head. Forgive my manners, please. I hadn't expected. That is, I stepped around Barry's low coffee table and extended his hand. Flushing slightly. I'm David Trapp, the S.T.A.R.S Exeter branch in May, he said. Rebecca felt cool relief wash over her. The S.T.A.R.S had sent help instead of calling. Fine by her. She shook his hand, stifling a grin, knowing that her appearance had thrown him off. Nobody expected an 18-year-old scientist, and while she'd gotten used to the surprise looks, she still took kind of mischievous pleasure in catching.
Control, this is Alpha Team.
So,
We're approaching the main
are you like
gate.
the scout or something?
The fog is thick.
She asked. Mr. Trapp frowned. Sorry?
An investigation. Are there other teams already here, or did you come to check things out first? Get the dirt on Umbrella.
She trailed off as he shook his head slowly, almost sadly, his dark eyes glittering with an emotion that she couldn't read. I have reason to believe that Umbrella has gotten the key numbers of the stars. Otherwise, we will blackmail. There is no investigation, and no one else is coming. The look of confused terror passed through the girl's light brown eyes, and just as quickly was gone. She took a deep breath and blew it out.
Are you sure? I mean, did Umbrella try to get to you, or are you positive?
I'm not absolutely certain, no. But I wouldn't be here if I wasn't concerned. It's a bit of an understatement. David still wasn't past the shock of seeing how young she was, and felt an almost instinctive desire not to alarm her any further. Barry had mentioned that she was something of a child genius, but he hadn't really expected a child. The biochemist wore high tops and cut-off denim shorts rolled at the knee, topped by a shapeless black t-shirt. Get past it. This child may be the only scientist we have left. The thought rekindled the anger that...
We have multiple hostiles approaching the target zone. I repeat, they are inbound.
Barry's call wasn't a pretty one, filled with treachery and lies. Stars were involved. Barry walked into the room with a glass of water. Rebecca took it from him gratefully, swallowing half of it in one gulp. Barry shot him a glance and then turned his attention to Rebecca. He told you, huh? The girl nodded.
Did you let Chris know?
Not yet. That's why I called, Barry said. Look, there's no point in going through this twice. We should wait for them to show up before we get into specifics. Agreed, David said. He generally found that first impressions were the most telling, and if they were going to be working together, the three of them sat, and Barry started to tell Rebecca how he and David had met back in S.T.A.R.S training when they were both much younger men. Barry told a good story, even if it was only to kill time. David listened with half an ear as Barry related an anecdote about their graduation night, involving a rather humorous drill sergeant and several rubber snakes. The girl was relaxing, even enjoying the story of their childish prank. 17 years ago, she would have been celebrating her first birthday. Still, she had put her questions on hold at Barry's request, and David knew she had the answers to what he told her. The ability to retain one's focus so quickly was a one that he'd never fully mastered. He'd been able to keep little else since his own call to the stars. David's devotion to the organization had made the apparent betrayal all the more bitter. The bad taste in his mouth was moving away. The stars had been David's life for almost 20 years, had given him all the things he had lacked growing up. A sense of self-worth, a sense of purpose and integrity. And just like that, their lives were dedicated to it. My life and life's work simply tossed aside as if it meant nothing. How much did that cost? How much did Umbrella have to pay to buy the Star's honor? David shook the anger, focusing his attention on Rebecca. If all he'd learned was true, time was short, and their resources were now severely limited. His motivations weren't as important right now as hers. He could tell by the way she held it. She was obviously bright. Her eyes fairly sparkled with it. From the very professionally throughout the Spencer facility operation. Her files suggested that she was more than qualified to work with the chemical virus, assuming that she was as good as the report said, and assuming that she has no desire to put her life in further danger. That was going to be the sticking point. She hadn't been with the Stars for very long, and knowing that these things were outside overwhelmed by the confidence of the general heads, it would be just as easy for me to step out of the game now.
We're going down! We're going down!
Maybe the intelligent choice for all.
Mayday! Mayday!
There was a knock at the door, presumably the opportunity. David's hand drifted down to the butt of his 9mm as Barry went to answer. When he walked back in, leading the Stars team members, David relaxed and stood up to be formally introduced. Jill Valentine, Chris Redfield. This is Captain David Trapp, military strategist for the main S.T.A.R.S Exeter branch. Chris was the marksman, if David remembered correctly, and Jill, something of a covert B&E specialist. Barry said that the pilot Brad Vickers had skipped town shortly after the Spencer together on the same team for about 2 years right after boot camp. He showed up on my doorstep about an hour ago with news, and I didn't think it could wait. David cleared his throat, trying to focus on the significant fact. After a pause, he began at the beginning. As you already know, 6 days ago, Barry placed several calls to various S.T.A.R.S branches to see if any word had come from the Home Office about the tragedy that occurred here. I received one of those calls. It was the first I'd heard about it, and I've since found out that the New York Times hasn't confirmed anything about your discovery. No warnings or memos. Nothing has been issued to the S.T.A.R.S regarding the Umbrella Corporation. Chris and Jill exchanged looks of concern. Maybe they're not done investigating, Chris says. David shook his head. I spoke to the assistant director myself the day after Barry called. I didn't tell him about the contact, only that I'd heard a rumor of a problem at Raccoon, and wanted to know if it had any merit. He looked at the assembled group and sighed inwardly, feeling like he'd already gone over it 1,000 times. Only in my mind, searching for another answer. And there isn't. The AD wouldn't tell me anything outright, he continued. He told me that I should remain quiet about it until official word came down. What he would say was that there was a helicopter crash in Raccoon City, and what he implied was that the surviving stars were trying to lay blame on Umbrella, angry over some sort of funding dispute.
That's not true.
Jill said.
We were investigating the murders and found...
Yes, Barry told me, David interrupted. You found that the murders were the result of a laboratory accident. The T-virus that Umbrella was experimenting with was released somehow, and it transformed the researchers into mad killers. That's exactly what happened, Chris said. I know it sounds nuts, but we were there. We saw it. David nodded. I believe you. I have to admit, I was skeptical after speaking with Barry. As you say, it sounds nuts. But my call to New York and what's happened since then has changed all that. I've known Barry a long time. And I knew that he wouldn't be looking to place blame for such an unfortunate incident unless Umbrella was, in fact, responsible. He even told me about his unwilling involvement in the attempted cover-up. But if Tom Kurtz told you there was no conspiracy, Chris said. David sighed. Yes, we have to assume that either our own organization is being misled, or that, like your Captain Wesker, members of the S.T.A.R.S are now working for Umbrella. There was a moment of shocked silence as they absorbed the information, and David could see anger and confusion play across their faces. He knew how they felt. It meant that either the S.T.A.R.S directors had either been manipulated by Umbrella or corrupted by them. And either way, the survivors of the Raccoon team had been hung out to dry, left vulnerable for whatever Umbrella might do. God, if only I could believe that it was all a mistake. 3 days ago, I was hailing my way into work. I wasn't able to make them, but I'm assuming that there's someone from Umbrella's people, and that my call to New York was responsible.
Have you tried to get a hold of Palmieri?
Jill asked. David nodded. S.T.A.R.S national commander was the one man who knew was about to take the bride. S.T.A.R.S since the very beginning. I was informed by his secretary that he's leading a classified operation in the Middle East and won't be available for months. And word has it that arrangements are being made for his retirement or his way. You think Umbrella's behind it? Chris asked. David shrugged. Umbrella has made substantial donations to the S.T.A.R.S over the years, which means they have the contacts. But they're trying to turn the S.T.A.R.S away from them. Getting rid of Director Palmieri would be to their advantage. David glanced around the room, trying to assess their readiness for the rest of it. Barry's fists were clenched, and he stared at them as if he had never seen them before. Both Jill and Rebecca seemed lost, though we could see that they had accepted his story as truth. And save for the final words, Chris stood up and started to pace, his youthful features flushed with anger. So basically, we've got no credibility with the locals, no backup coming, and we've been branded as liars by our own people. The Umbrella investigation is dead, and we're screwed. Does that pretty much sum it up? David could see that the anger wasn't directed at him, just as the anger that he felt wasn't for the young Alpha. The thought of what Umbrella had done. But the story, it made him sick with rage, feelings of that there's another Umbrella facility on the coast, conducting experiments with this virus of theirs. And just like what happened here, they've lost control. I'm taking the team into S.T.A.R.S authorization, and I want you to come with us.
Warning. All sectors compromised. Emergency self-destruct sequence activated. T-minus 10 seconds.
They all stared at David, Chris feeling like he'd just been punched in the gut. He was still reeling from the information about the stars, from the realization that they were on their own. Now in the lab. And he wants to take Rebecca. David went on, his dark gaze still fixed on the young Bravo. I've talked to the people on my team I believe to be trustworthy, and 3 of them have agreed to go. I'm not going to lie to you. It will be dangerous. And without the stars to back us up, there's no guarantee we'll be able to close the lab down. We just want to go in, collect some solid evidence on this T-virus, and get back out before anyone even knows before we can stop us. Chris interrupted. I'm going too. We all go, Barry said firmly. Jill nodded, putting her arm around Rebecca. The teen seemed flustered, her cheeks red, and looking at her. Chris was once again reminded of Claire. It was more than just a physical resemblance. Rebecca had the same wit, the same spirited blend of courage and thoughtfulness that Chris's younger sister had. And since the Spencer estate disaster, Chris had come to too many Joseph, Richard, Kenneth, Forrest, and Enrico, not to mention Billy Rabbitson. His body had never been found, but Chris had no doubt that he would not kill him to keep him back. Rebecca couldn't handle herself. But damn it, she's part of our team. No way she goes without us. David shook his head. Look, this isn't a full-scale op. 5 people is already stretching it. Rebecca's got the background we need to find the data on the virus. And she already knows what symptoms to look for. You've got your team right here, Chris said. You can take us instead. Let your guys look into the cover-up. David sat back down and looked at Chris, his face expressionless. Tell me who's involved in Umbrella's conspiracy to hide their research, he said. Chris glanced at the others, then back at David, determined not to let his confusion show. We suspect several people locally, Umbrella's office workers, of course. The police commissioner, Chief Irons, a couple of his men. David nodded. And now that it looks like the stars are in on this, what do you propose to do? Where the hell is he going with this? Chris sighed. I don't know, We should contact the feds, maybe an internal affairs division, to look into the stars and the adaptation. Barry cut in. And we'll get in touch with some of the other stars branches. There are still good people out there that ain't gonna be too happy that Umbrella's taking over. David nodded again. So you agree that Umbrella has to be stopped, even though it will be dangerous? Well, no shit, Chris said, scowling angrily. We can't just sit around and do nothing. There's no telling what could happen if the T-virus gets out again. And what can you tell me about the classification of the virus? David asked, quietly. Chris opened his mouth to answer, then closed it, staring at David thoughtfully. I was about to say you should ask Rebecca, and he knows it. David stood up again and looked at all of them in turn as he spoke, his voice intense and determined. I agree, Umbrella has to be stopped, but let's not kid ourselves. We're talking about breaking from the stars, going up against a multi-billion-dollar establishment on our own. Nowhere is going to be safe. And our only chance for success is if we each do what we can, what we're good at, to take Umbrella down. He fixed his cool gaze on Chris, as if he realized Chris was the only one to be convinced. You and Jill and Barry already know what to look for here. You've been with the stars longer than Rebecca. You should stay here, out of sight. See if you can ferret out the connection between the local police and Umbrella, and reach out to the stars members that you think would help us. David turned to Rebecca again. And if you agree, I think we should leave for Maine tonight. With the information I have, it looks as though things have already gotten out of hand. My team is standing by. We could go in tomorrow at dusk. Chris still felt angry, but couldn't find a hole in the man's logic. He was right about their options, and whether Chris liked it or not, the choice to go to Maine was Rebecca's to make.
What information do you have?
Jill asked thoughtfully.
How did you find out about the lab?
David reached down to the battered briefcase propped next to his chair and dug through it, pulling out a file folder. An interesting story in itself, if a strange one.
All personnel evacuate the laboratory immediately. Repeat. Evacuate the laboratory immediately.
Coffee table as he spoke. What looked like photocopies of newspaper clippings and a simple diagram. Shortly after I talked to the Home Office, I received a visit from a stranger, a man who claimed to be a friend of the S.T.A.R.S. He told me his name was Trent and gave me these.
Trent?
Jill broke in excitedly. She turned to Chris, her eyes wide, and Chris felt his heart skip a beat. He'd almost forgotten about the mysterious benefactor. The guy who told Jill to watch out for traitors, who told Brad where to pick us up. David stared at Jill,
Chris!
his expression puzzled.
Jill!
You know him?
Where are you guys?
Just before we went in to rescue
I have
the
to find
brothers,
them!
a man named Trent gave me some information about the Spencer estate, and warned me about Wesker.
Jill said.
He was quite a piece of work. Real shady. Didn't give anything away, you know? But he knew what was going on with Umbrella, and what he did tell me all panned out.
Barry nodded. And Brad Vickers said that Trent called in the estate's coordinates right after Wesker activated the triggering system. If he hadn't radioed, we'd have blown up with the rest of the mansion. Chris suddenly realized that he had a serious headache brewing as they all gathered around Barry's coffee table, staring down at the papers. The S.T.A.R.S were working for Umbrella. There was another T-Virus facility operating in Maine, and now Trent again, popping up like some kind of cryptic fairy godmother. His motives impossible to guess at. It was like some kind of game. The stakes all at the bottom of Umbrella's conspiracy. And we have no choice but to play.
Hold here.
But whose game
Comms are still down.
And what do we
I don't like this fog.
If we fail?
Did we lose the trail?
Chris shot an unhappy glance at Rebecca, thinking again of his kid sister, and wishing, not for the first time, that they'd never heard of Umbrella. David watched them study the information that Trent had given him, somehow not surprised that the enigmatic stranger had contacted the S.T.A.R.S before. He might have been a professional, but what precisely, David couldn't imagine. Why would he want to help us fight Umbrella? What's in it for him? David thought back to the brief encounter he'd had only 5 days ago, searching his memory for some additional clues, something he missed. He'd arrived home late from work. It had been raining, pouring, a thundering summer storm that beat at the window and masked the sound of his gentle knocking. The Exeter S.T.A.R.S had enjoyed an easy summer. The Bravos had taken off for a criminal profiling seminar in New Hampshire, and David had been entertaining thoughts of packing a bag and attending the final days until he'd received Barry's call, followed by his first hint from the Home Office that something was wrong. He'd spent the next day calling a few of his branch contacts with discreet questions and digging through files on Umbrella, not making it home until almost midnight. The driving rain had ushered him into his cold, dark house, the atmosphere matching his mood perfectly. He poured a scotch and collapsed on the couch, his head spinning from the implications of what he learned. That either his old friend Barry was lying, or that the AD for the S.T.A.R.S was. The rapping at his door was so soft that he missed it at first, the steady rain hammering on the roof covering the sound. Then it grew louder. Frowning, David looked at his watch and walked slowly to the door. Wondering who the hell came calling in the middle of the night. He lived alone and had no family. It had to be work, or maybe someone with car trouble. He cracked the door open and saw a man in a black trench coat standing on his porch, streams of water running down his lined face. The stranger smiled, an open, friendly expression. His eyes were bright. David Trent. David took him in at a glance. Thin, maybe a few years past Barry's age, say 42 or 43. His dark hair was plastered to his skull. This is for you. He held out the damp envelope. David glanced at it warily. Mr. Trent didn't seem dangerous, or at least not threatening. But he was still a stranger. David preferred to know people he accepted gifts from. Do I know you? David asked. Trent shook his head. His smile unwavering. No, but I know you, Mr. Trapp. And I also know what you're going up against. Believe me, you're going to need all the help you can get.
The hunter is ready. Bring it the subjects.
Mr. Trapp, it's raining. And this is for you. Confused and not a little irritated, David opened the door wider to accept the envelope. As soon as he grasped it, Trent turned and started to walk away. Hold on a minute. Trent ignored him. David stood in front of the holding the damp paper and staring into the pouring darkness for another minute before going back inside. Once he had studied the contents, he'd wished he'd gone after Trent, but by then, of course, it was too late. Too late, and only too obvious what he meant. He knew about the Jill and Rebecca were studying the map while Barry and Chris worked through the copied newspaper articles. There were 4 of them, all recent, all centered around the tiny coastal town of Caliban Cove in Maine. 3 of them concerned the disappearance of local fishermen, all presumed dead. The 4th was a rather humorous piece about the ghosts that had haunted the cove. It seemed that several townspeople had heard strange sounds floating around the water. The writer of the article had laughingly suggested that the witnesses to the phenomena should probably stop drinking their mouthwash before bed. Funny. Unless you know what we know about Umbrella. The map was of the stretch of coast just south of the small town. An aerial sketch of the cove itself. David had uncovered a few facts about the area from his attack on the library. Uncomfortable using the S.T.A.R.S computer after Barry's call. The rather isolated stretch had been privately owned for several years. Bought up by an anonymous group. There was a defunct lighthouse overlooking the rim of the inlet, sitting atop a cliff possibly riddled with key caves. The map showed several structures behind and below the lighthouse, leading down to a small pier on the southern tip of the open crest. There was a notched boarding that ran the length of the cove on the inland side, presumably a fence. Caliban Cove was written across the top in bold letters. In smaller type, just beneath were the words Umbrella Research Testing. The 3rd piece of paper that Trent had given him was the one that David didn't understand. Lyle Bennett, Alan Kinnison, Tom Athens, Louis Thurman, Nicholas Griffith, William Burton, Tiffany Chen. Just under it was a somewhat poetic list of sorts, set into the center of the page in curling font. Jill had picked it up again and was reading it carefully. She looked up at David, a half smile on her face.
No question that we've got the same Trent here. The guy's into riddles.
Any idea what it means? David asked. Jill sighed.
All right, we'll check the lower level. You two take the
One of
stairs.
the names here was
Roger
the
that.
material
Be
Trent
careful
gave
down there.
me.
This place feels wrong.
William Burton.
We'll meet back here in 10
That
minutes.
at least some of the others were researchers at the Spencer facility. So I'm willing to bet these people also work for Umbrella. Burton may not have been at this state when it was destroyed. I don't recognize any of the others.
David nodded. I checked all of them with the S.T.A.R.S database and came up blank. The rest, though, is it original of some sort? Jill glanced back at the paper, frowning as she read it to herself again.
Ammon's message received. Blue series. Enter answer for key.
Keep firing!
Letters
Don't let it touch you!
Need access.
Rebecca took the paper from her as Jill looked back at David thoughtfully.
A lot of what Trent gave me seemed like pretty random stuff, but some of it related to the Spencer Mansion secrets. The whole place was rigged with puzzle locks and traps. Maybe this is the same deal. Relates to something we'll find. Oh shit.
They all turned to Rebecca and was staring at the top of the page, her face drained in color. She looked at David with an expression of anxious despair.
Nicholas Griffith is on this list.
You know who he is? She looked around at all of them, her young face openly distressed.
Yeah, except I thought he was dead. He was one of the greats. One of the most brilliant men ever to work in the biosciences.
She turned back to David, her gaze heavy with dread.
If he's with Umbrella, we've got a lot more to worry about than the T-virus getting out. He's a genius in the field of molecular virology. And if the stories are true, he's totally insane.
Rebecca looked back at the list. Her stomach was lead numbed.
Dr. Griffith is still alive and involved with Umbrella. Could the day possibly get any worse?
David asked. Rebecca's mouth felt dry. She grabbed a glass of water and drained it before.
Chains and a high-security lock.
How much do you know?
This isn't
about
going to be
sticky
easy.
viruses?
We don't have
She
time
asked.
for this. There must be a control room nearby.
Nothing. That's why I'm here. Rebecca nodded, trying to think of where to start.
Okay. Viruses are classified by the replication strategy and by the type of nucleic acid in their virion. That's the specialized element in a virus that allows it to transfer its genome to another living cell. A genome is a single, simple set of chromosomes. According to the Baltimore classification, there are 7 distinct types of viruses, and each group infects certain organisms in a certain way. In the early 60s, a young scientist at a private university in California challenged the theory, insisting that there is an 8th group, one based loosely on dsDNA and ssDNA viruses that could infect everything it came in contact with. It was Dr. Griffith. He published several papers, and while it turned out that he was wrong, his reasoning was brilliant. I know, I read them. The scientific community scoffed at his theory, but his research on virus specified inclusion bodies in the cytoplasm without a linear genome.
Rebecca trailed off, noticing the blank expressions on their faces.
Sorry. Anyway, Griffith stopped trying to prove the theory, but a lot of people were interested to see what he'd come up with next. Where did you learn all this?
Jill interrupted, frowning.
In school. One of my professors was kind of a science history buff. His specialty was defunct theories and standards. The next time anyone heard from Griffith, it was because he'd gotten kicked out of the university. Fox, that was my professor, told us that Griffith wasn't officially fired for using drugs, methamphetamines. But the rumor was that he'd been experimenting with drug-induced behavior modification on a couple of his students. Neither of them would talk, but one of them ended up in an asylum, and the other eventually committed suicide. Nothing was ever proved, but after that, no one would hire him. And as far as the facts go, that's the last anyone heard of Nicholas Griffith. In the mid-80s, a private lab in Washington was broken into by cops, and the bodies of 3 men were found, all dead of a filovirus infection. It was Marburg, one of the most lethal viruses there is. They'd been dead for weeks. Neighbors had complained because of the smell. The papers the police found in the lab suggested that all 3 men were research assistants to Dr. Nicholas Dunn, and that they had all allowed themselves to be deliberately infected with what they understood to be a harmless coronavirus. Dr. Dunn was going to see if they could cure it.
She stood up, crossing her arms tightly. The agony those men must have endured. She'd seen pictures of them. From the initial headache to extreme debilitation in a matter of days. Fever, clotting, shock, brain damage, massive hemorrhaging from every orifice. They would have died in place of their own birth.
And your professor thought this was Griffith?
Jill asked else. To categorize the effects, to pick apart the virion right down to its capsule. Rebecca took a deep breath, blew it out, with precision.
I'll do it.
She said. Chapter 3. Jill felt her heart quicken at Rebecca's words, feeling that things were moving too fast. Her decision seemed sudden, even though Jill really hadn't doubted that she'd volunteered. Rebecca was a lot stronger than she looked. She glanced around Barry's wide-open living room, discreetly noting the reactions of her teammates. Chris's face was strained, his mouth drawn as he stared absently at the map of Caliban Cove, while Barry walked across to one of the living room windows, staring out past the curtain, scowling at nothing in particular.
They're worried about her. I mean, they should be. Perfect sense of a serious cycle. But were any of us hesitating?
It just proved that Rebecca was as committed as they were. Also, no great surprise. Getting to know the young Bravo had been one of the only bright spots in the frustrating days since the engine had burned. The girl had been unfailingly optimistic about their chances against Umbrella, even after their suspension, and had worked tirelessly to keep all of their spirits up. She was brilliant, too. Yet she never flaunted it, or came across as condescending when she attempted to discuss aspects of the T-virus with them. Rebecca looked a bit distraught herself, glancing around at the men. Even David Trapp seemed vaguely uncomfortable with her decision, probably because of Rebecca's youth.
Men, she's young.
Jill caught her eye and smiled. Rebecca's age, Jill had been a professional thief, and a good one. She was worried about Rebecca too, only because she'd grown to care about her. The fact that she was a young woman wasn't a reason to underestimate her talents. Rebecca smiled back and walked over to sit by her as David nodded hesitantly at his newest teammate. All right then, good. There's a plane leaving for Bangor at 2300 hours, with a connecting flight to a field just outside of Exeter. I thought we could all go over a bit of strategy here, and then drop by your place on the way to the airfield so you can pack a few things. Rebecca nodded, and after cracking the window, Barry moved back to join them. Leaning against one arm of the couch, he folded his arms across his massive chest and jerked his chin toward David. You're the strategist, he said, not unkindly. Why don't you start us off? The respect between the two men was obvious, making Jill like David more. In spite of Barry's screw-ups and the Spencer fiasco, Jill had grown to trust him. Something she didn't Trapp's skills. I don't mean to take over, David said, but I have a few thoughts on how we might approach this situation. I've known about the S.T.A.R.S betrayal for several days now, though I thought we all might spend a few moments considering our course of action. I realized that this must come as quite a shock. Jill picked up on the same thread of bitterness she'd noticed earlier on the word betrayal. The fact that the S.T.A.R.S were in bed with Umbrella obviously wasn't sitting too well with Mr. Trapp.
Probably not with Chris or Barry either. Both of them have more time than
Jill was disappointed and angry that the S.T.A.R.S had somehow wasn't going to be affected by the decision. Her path would be determined by the day that one of the Key sisters was brutally murdered. The two little girls were the first innocent victims of the T-virus spill in the Spencer estate, and they had been her friends. She pushed the thoughts away, focusing on the matter at hand. Without the S.T.A.R.S, their job was going to be a lot tougher. Not impossible, but she had to admit to herself that their chances of success had just dropped to somewhere near zero. It was a good thing she didn't mind being the underdog.
It doesn't matter anyway.
We have to move.
Umbrella's
Now.
gonna pay for what they've
It came from the Eastern Hall.
Barry's gruff voice broke the quiet in the room, his gaze thoughtful. Maybe we should go to the press. Not local, but someone big, national. David sighed, shaking his head. I thought of that. It's a good idea, but right now we don't have the proof to make anything stick. Yeah, but at least Umbrella wouldn't move on us with everyone watching.
Couldn't count on that.
Jill said.
If they got to the stars, they can get to anyone. And without evidence? Well, you gotta admit, the story's the kind of thing even the tabloids wouldn't buy.
There was a moment of sullen silence, as if her words reminded them all. How insane it would sound to anyone who hadn't experienced what they'd been through.
A virus that accidentally turns people into zombies, being used to create unspeakable monsters as living weapons, invented and then covered up by a major corporation that hires mad scientists to experiment on human beings. All it needs is a Nazi war and
Well, what we were talking about before, organizing some of the other stars, Chris said. I've got a few people in mind, some of the guys I trained with, and I know Barry's got a lot of contacts. David nodded agreement. Yes, I think that should be a priority. My concern is how to get in touch with them. Resources may already be tapped, and we want to keep Umbrella from learning about our plans for as long as possible. Unfortunately, we won't be using the star's resources for much longer.
maybe we should look for a go-between.
Jill said slowly.
Someone who doesn't have ties to the stars.
Chris grinned suddenly. I know a guy from back in the Air Force who works for Jack Hamilton now, one of the section heads for the FBI. I don't know much about Hamilton, but Pete's about as honest as they come, and he owes me a favor.
It's stuck. Give me a hand.
Perhaps you could ask him
Wait.
to help you look into the local
I hear
police
something
as well.
behind it.
Once we have solid evidence from the main facility, we can go to your friend, instigate a federal investigation. It sounded good, but Jill found herself feeling frustrated by the thought to act. Waiting for the stars to contact them had been bad enough. Knowing that Rebecca was going to be risking her life while they waited idly by would be excruciating.
You said you had some thoughts about what else we could do.
Yes, though once we involve the government, it may not come to anything quite so bad. I've been formulating a plan to infiltrate the position It seems wisest to work on a smaller scale for now. But I do believe the three of you should drop out of sight as soon as possible. I also think it would be prudent for you to see what you can uncover on Mr. Trent, though I have the distinct feeling that you won't do much, if anything. He smiled a little, and having met Trent, Jill understood his doubts perfectly. Their strange benefactor had struck her as a very careful man. I get the impression that we'll only find what he wants us to find, but it is worth a look, and we'll need to arrange for a rendezvous site after we've... His soft musical voice broke off suddenly as he tilted his head to one side, listening intently. Jill heard it in the same instant and felt her heart freeze in her chest. A rustling in the bushes outside the window that Barry had opened.
Umbrella. Get down!
Jill shouted and rolled off the couch, pulling Rebecca with her as the window shattered. The curtains blown aside and an explosive burst from an automatic rifle. David dove for the floor as bullets riddled the chair he'd been in, already grabbing for his weapon. Tufts of the padding floated past his wide eyes as a smoking trail of holes tore across the wall, plaster and wood flying. Bloody hell! There was a split-second break in the onslaught, just long enough for them to hear the crash of glass breaking from the back of the house.
Barry, lights.
He shouted, but Barry was way ahead of him, thunder of vehicles drowning out the intermittent spray of the machine gun. The room went dark as Barry's rounds found their mark, glass raining down from above. Light still streamed into the darkness from the hall. And
Hang in there,
hail of
Rebecca.
bullets from outside.
We're almost at the
Chris
chopper.
scrabbled
I'm
on
trying,
elbows and
Barry.
knees from the hallway.
It
Then
hurts.
one smooth movement rolled onto his side and took out the additional lights. The living room was now completely black, and the burst of automatic fire stopped. Over the ringing in his ears, David heard boots crunching on glass from the back of the kitchen. The heavy steps paused, the intruder probably waiting for the window shooter to catch up. And there would be a move or two, covering the exits. Kitchen door, front porch, someone watching set of steps entered the kitchen. These hurried and shuffling, but they also stopped. There was waiting, either for more of their team or for the assembled S.T.A.R.S to make a move. David's thoughts raced to reflexively considering and rejecting theories and options in life. We get upstairs, pick them off one at a time. They lead towards the house. So we run straight through them, out the back. Except they've got the firepower advantage. Maybe spook eyes. And maybe moving targets. No contest. All we knew for certain was that they couldn't stay where they were. There was no cover for when the thugs got tired of waiting. There was shuffling movement from the right as Barry's
Alpha 1, we are touching down. All teams, deploy now. Roger that, moving to the wreckage. Keep eyes sharp.
Both of them crouched and holding handguns. He couldn't make Chris out, but he was probably still by the hall. Barry's house was the last one on the block, a wooded park just past. If they could slip out, get into the trees. The thought stuck. Even a bad plan was better than none at all, and they didn't have time to work out alternatives. Basement door, David whispered. Barry's gruff voice was soft and strained. Yeah. No good. It would be posted. They'd have to get out through the second floor. We go through the park, he whispered quickly. Jill, get to Chris and prepare to lay cover on my signal. Barry, Rebecca, as soon as we start, go the stairs fast to an east window. Softest jump. We'll follow. Ready? Jill was already on the couch, disappearing silently into the thick shadows. Barry and Rebecca right behind. David paused just long enough to scoop up the papers Bertrand had given him. He stuffed them inside his shirt. The crinkling pages cool against his sweaty skin. Nothing else in his briefcase would be damaged. He crept toward the yawning blackness of the opening to the hall, edging toward Jill. The entry faced the side of the stairs. To the left was the front door and the foot of the steps. To the right, the quiet kitchen at the end of the long hall. Two umbrella operatives waited. They go right, I'll take left. When the shooting begins, the rest of the strike force should rush the front door. David hoped. If the timing wasn't perfect, they were dead. Aside from the faint light from the windows, it was too dark for hand signals. He leaned close between Jill and Chris, pitching his voice as low as possible. Both right. Jill low and outside. They wouldn't be aiming for the floor, and Chris could use the wall of the entry as a shield. I've got the front door. Keep it up for 6 seconds, exactly, no more. On 0, you need to be on the stairs and out of the corridor. On my mark. Chris and Jill firing. David whirling to the left. He ran for the front door in a low crouch, the count ticking. 5, 4. Behind him, Barry and Rebecca lunged for the stairs through the crash of bullets.
Move.
David trained the Beretta on the darkness.
We need to reach the eastern
He was
wing.
only a foot away from the door when someone kicked it open. His shoulder connected with the heavy wood and he threw himself into it, slamming it closed. He dropped to the floor and jammed his heel against the base. 2. He fired into the door at an upward angle. 5 shots as fast as he could.
Get loaded now! Let's
There was a strangled scream and the sound of something heavy hitting the porch. He fired 3 more before rolling to his feet, into the alcove at the foot of the stairs and out of the line of fire. Their time was up. David spun and saw Jill and Chris already on their way up, and as his feet hit the first riser, there was a sound like an explosion behind him. The front door was suddenly a mass of flying splinters, heavy rounds tearing through the wood as the umbrella team sought to end the battle. If the 2 alphas hadn't killed the men in the kitchen, they were surely dead now. Halfway up the stairs, David turned and fired twice more through the rapidly disintegrating door, hoping he'd bought the S.T.A.R.S enough time to escape. 10, maybe 20 seconds before they realized we're gone. It was going to be close. Rebecca stood on the dark landing, her heart pounding almost as loud as the chase Jill and Chris up the stairs. Barry was to her right at the end of the landing's hall, barely visible by the moonlight that streamed through the open window. Jill was the first to reach the top. Rebecca steered the The muzzle on David's 9mm flashed brightly in the darkness on the stairs, and then he was in front of her, materializing out of the gloom like a sweaty ghost.
This way.
Rebecca turned and ran for the window, David at her side. Jill had already gone, and Chris was halfway out, Barry gripping one of his hands as he struggled to balance himself.
Please, God, let there be a mattress, a pile of leaves.
The crash of the front door flying open was followed by heavy footsteps and muffled male voices, angry and commanding. Chris disappeared through the window, bare legs, and then Chris was popping around, lifting her heel from the twine edges. Take the back! Rebecca snapped her ball around as she stepped onto the lawn, turning to face the shadows that made up the backyard. To her left, a dark stand of trees stood maybe 20 meters away, silent and still. Bullets inside the house, and a thrashing thump in the bushes to her right, but she didn't turn, intent on her assigned task. A movement by the corner of the house. Rebecca didn't hesitate, sending 2 shots into the thickening of shadows, Barry's .38 jerking in her hand. The figure crumpled, falling forward just enough for her to see that she'd hit a man clutching a rifle, and that he wasn't going to get up again.
Never shot anyone before.
Move! Chris shouted, and Rebecca jerked her head around, saw Barry climb out of the bushes and stumble toward him. There was a shout from the window, followed by a burst from an automatic rifle. Rebecca actually felt the bullets hit the ground near her feet, tearing up chunks of the overgrown lawn, dirt pelting her legs.
Shit!
David and Jill fired back as they ran for the trees, Chris leading the way. The shooter either ducked or was shot. The dull clatter of the rifle fell silent. As they reached the first of the shadows, Rebecca heard the red of the approaching sirens, followed closely by shouts and movement instead of crossfires from the village. Seconds later, there was a squeal of tires. Rebecca stumbled through the underbrush, dodging between narrow and gnarled trunks, trying to keep the others in sight. The revolver felt too heavy in her slim grasp, and her entire body seemed to be pounding, her legs shaking, her breathing sharp and shallow. Everything had happened so fast. She'd known they were in danger, that umbrella wanted them out of the way, but knowing something wasn't the same as really believing it, as believing that violent strangers would break into her home and drag her alive. The thought that she might have killed someone. She forced it away before it could take hold, concentrating on the pale shape of Chris's t-shirt ahead. Ahead of them, the thick woods opened into a clearing, playground equipment gleaming dully in the pallid light. Chris slowed to a jog and stopped where the line of trees ended, turning back to search the shadows for the rest of them. Rebecca caught up to him, Barry and Jill just behind her, all of them breathing heavily and looking as stunned and sober as Rebecca felt. David. Where's David? Chris gasped. And as they all turned, straining to see past the dark reaching branches, Rebecca saw one of the shadows to their left move, a stealthy sliding movement. And the shadow fired twice, the shots muted compared to the explosive thunder of the house. There was a third shot, louder, closer, and the shadow stumbled and fell, crashing against a tree before collapsing solidly to the dirt. Except for the rising moan of sirens, the park was again silent. Rebecca slowly raised her head, craning to look over her shoulder, and saw David, standing, still pointing his Beretta at the fallen shooter. Jill and Chris were crouched next door, both of them holding their weapons out, staring around them with wide, searching gazes.
I'm heading up to the second floor
And on
now.
her other side, Barry was
Keep your eyes
sprawled
open.
around, his face pressed to the blanket of dried pine needles and fallen dead leaves. He wasn't moving. Chapter 3. There was darkness for an indeterminate time, silent and complete. Voices drawing him up through the black darkness of his life. Voices that his floating mind couldn't identify at first. From somewhere far away, he heard sirens.
He's been hit. Oh my god. See if it's clear. Wait, I can't find who. Barry? Barry, can you hear me?
Rebecca. Barry opened his eyes, then closed them immediately, wincing as the throbbing pain wrapped around his skull. There was another pain in his left arm, Sharp and resistant, but not as complete as the Aiken.
Land here! We're the survivors! Hurry! Get us out of here!
Must have got shot. Met up with a tree or some asshole with a baseball bat. He tried opening his eyes again as small hands moved across his chest, lightly searching. It took him a second to focus on the blurry human faces over him. Jill, Chris, fighting looking Rebecca. Her fingers probing his shirt for the wound. The sirens had fallen mercifully silent, though he could hear the coming of the street. No powerful left arm. He mumbled. The door would Rebecca was gently pushing him back down.
Don't move.
She said firmly.
Just lay there a second, okay? Chris, give me your shirt.
But umbrella.
This storm is getting worse.
It's clear.
We push through. Look for any break in the fog.
Be still. Rebecca lifted his arm. Looking at both sides. Staring forward at his arm side. Burst of pain. But could tell it wasn't bad. Still intact.
Right out the deltoid.
Rebecca said.
Looks like you're gonna have to lay off the weights for a while.
Her tone was light, but he could see the concern in her gaze as she studied his wound. She started to recognize his t-shirt
You've got a nasty bump on your temple.
she said,
How do you feel?
though his head was still pounding. The pain had subsided to ache status. He felt lightheaded and a little nauseous, but he still knew his own name and what day of the week it was. If it was a concussion, he wasn't impressed. I've had worse hangovers. Pretty much like shit, he said. But I'm okay. Must have hit a tree on my way down. As she finished the makeshift bandage, she sat up again, this time with better results. They had to get moving before the cops decided to search the woods. But where could they go? It seemed unlikely that Umbrella would attack twice in one night, but it wasn't a theory worth testing. None of their homes would be safe. At least his family was out of harm's way, visiting Kathy's parents in Florida. The thought that they could have just as easily been at home. His girls playing outdoors when the shooting had started. He staggered unsteadily to his feet, finding strength in the rage that had built within him since the night at the estate. Wesker had threatened Kathy and the girls to experience cooperation in Umbrella's cover-up, using him to get to the underground. Bastards. Very slow. Goddamn Umbrella bastards. The others stood up with him. Chris's bare chest pale in the faint light. All of them seemed relieved that he wasn't badly hurt. Except for David. He looked as unhappy as Barry had ever seen him. His shoulders sagged from some unknown burden. He spoke. Barry's gaze. I'm not David said. 9mm with the suppressor attached. Blood splattered across the barrel. I killed him. It's Jay Shannon. Barry stared. He was unable to accept.
Access granted.
You didn't get a good look. It's too dark. David turned and walked through the trees, leading them to the body of the shooter. Harry stumbled after him, his head suddenly aching from more than just smacking it on a tree trunk. He attacked, that's all. He made a mistake. Except David didn't rattle in the fire. He never had. And he didn't make mistakes that easily.
Quarantine breach.
The Oklahoma City S.T.A.R.S. Barry and I trained with him. Barry found his voice, still staring at Jay's motionless face. I called him last week when I called David. He was worried about us. Said he'd keep an eye out for Umbrella. We shot the shit for another few minutes, catching up, telling old stories. I told him I'd send pictures of the kids, and he said he had to get off the phone. He had a meeting. Umbrella must have already gotten to him. And the realization was cold, brutal, and suddenly horribly complete.
Doors are locked. No turning back now. Stay sharp, everyone. Did you hear that?
What was it?
I don't know. Keep quiet.
As if Vickers had been unable to decide what to take in the grave of the Raccoon City. I can't say I blame him.
Keep moving. We are almost there. Don't slow down now.
Contacts. It was hard to focus after such a draining experience, and it didn't help my husband he'd been tired to begin with. He hadn't slept well in days, and thinking of all that lay ahead of him made concentrating harder. Rebecca's information about Dr. Griffith was disconcerting, to say the least. And though he was no less determined to carry out
David wished he Help me!
Help me!
The self-destruct protocol in the executive sector is now active. All personnel must evacuate.
Okay. David nodded and stood up. David shook hands all around and turned to Rebecca. Uncomfortably aware that he was taking her for granted. Thoughtful expression.
Sure you guys can hold down the fort for a couple of days? I hate to think of just flailing around all directionless while David clean up this umbrella thing.
We'll try to limit what we value. Chris shook back with a smile. It would be easy, but have you had it great at all? Rebecca punched him lightly on the shoulder.
I'll send you a postcard with instructions.
She nodded at Barry.
Take care of your arm. Keep it clean and dry. And if you spike a fever or get dizzy, get to a doctor. ASAP.
Yes, ma'am. Jill embraced her lightly.
Give them hell, Becca.
Rebecca nodded.
You too. Good luck with irons.
She turned to David, who was still smiling.
Shall we?
They walked to the front door. David a man she hardly knew to embark on a life-threatening mission. She was either putting on an act or was amazingly optimistic. If she was faking a casual revival, she deserved a reward. He watched her carefully as they stepped out into the small, empty yard of Brad Vicker's house and saw the smile fade, quickly replaced by a look of vague sadness. Search. Whatever she was thinking, he could see it. She refused to be killed. Perfect definition of bravery. He was satisfied with his decision to arrest Rebecca Chambers.
We're at the rendezvous point. The main street is overrun. Does anyone copy? Please, send backup.
The rest of his team members were in theirs. He could only hope that their combined skills would be enough to get the team out of Caliban Cove in peace. Proof of Umbrella's experiment.
This variant is highly unstable, but the projected mortality rate is acceptable. Deploy the samples at 0400.
Research logs describe the tyrant as the ultimate biological weapon.
He bought 3 bags at the airport. Rebecca wished they would find out some stuff. She hadn't eaten since lunch. The nuts she'd swallowed after takeoff wasn't good. She reached out to switch off the mind and settled back in her seat, trying to let her smooth hum of the 747's engine slowly.
Alpha team, move out. Secure the perimeter.
David didn't want to risk going back to his house on the off chance that someone on the strike force had recognized him. So they were going to grab a couple of rooms near the airport for some change plans. The operation briefing was so full. David had mentioned Karen could probably use some clothes, though he actually blushed.
And after the briefing, just like that.
Telling her the real reason she wasn't able to sleep. Only 2 weeks ago, in the city, she was facing the same thing again. At least this time she had some idea of what they'd be getting themselves into. And the plan was to get out of the facility without ever facing its large creatures. But the memory of Umbrella's tyrant monster was still fresh in her mind. The massive patchwork body of the thing that seemed to be a state. They thought it was something that Chris Redfield might have come up with using the virus. Rebecca decided that she had done enough. She had to get some sleep. She cleared the room as best she could. Counting backwards in her mind for
99, 98, Dr. Kirby, David, S.T.A.R.S, Caliban.
Before she reached them, she was deeply asleep. Chapter 5. As he did most mornings since beginning the experiment, Nicholas Griffith sat on the open platform at the top of the lighthouse and watched the sun rise over the sea. It was an awesome spectacle from beginning to end. First, the black waves shaded to gray as the sky lightened. The craggy rocks as they lit as they swirled over the water. As the radiant star peered over the side of the world, its first hesitant rays stained the ocean. Promises of renewal. Seconds of all being touched. It was alive,
Emergency.
This happened.
Lockdown initiated.
Its early miles
Seek
of
shelter.
deception turned in ignorance of the second radiation. Heat that would follow. But no, less spectacular for the lying. It can't be blamed for a lack of self-awareness. After all, although he appreciated the beauty of each glimmering dawn of the routine. creating a pleasant echo effect in the tall chamber. Having the facility to himself had made everything pleasant. He'd come to enjoy the little things. Eating what he wanted, working his own jobs, his mornings atop the house. Before he knew crowded, forced to adhere to schedules that seemed designed to limit their creativity. Mealtimes, work times, raved over Burton's T-virus.
Bravo team! Can anyone hear me?
Where are you guys?
As if the tri-squads are anything more than bodies with guns. Useful as gods, but hardly brilliant. Although he worked hard not to let it go. Griffin was the best cries as he on the stairs, started for the exit. He'd seen the TV. He'd isolated the proteins, reorganized the nuclear capsid's envelope to allow for variables in effective capacity, and created an answer. The answer to the light that the human race had become. A solution without violence or suffering. Smiling, he stepped through the door to the cool shadow of the house. A crash of breaking waves in his back as he walked on the door. He'd already synthesized an airborne, and had enough of it to infect most of them. As the virus spread, evolution would take its rightful place. The spirit falling beneath those of truer instincts. And when it was over, the soul would rise over a very different world, inhabited by peaceful people of character and will. Take away his mind becomes free. Blank, clean slate. Training becomes a net. Out comes the his harness, serving the sunless mouse, comfortable and secure, but only the strong survive.
Access denied. Please verify authorization.
Rec room and turned on the light. He was still smiling. His doctor to the right and left. The meeting table was closed. Ideally, he'd run through the test with entries. It would have to suffice. They'd been infected with the strain he would release, and were closest to what the world would become in a few days. Besides the research laboratory, the Cove facility was designed to train bioweapons
hear me.
Northeast area. The lighthouse and Torrance. Griffith had to admit they were quite effective at their purpose. The umbrella had mounted soldiers that were killed. The team was likely for that mission, since they spent dedication to it. They'd been able to turn out subjects in hours rather than days. Once trained with weapons, the Troy squads had become killing machines. Although with the recent heat wave, he didn't know how much longer they'd be viable. Griffith turned his attention to Dr. Thorne, still grinning and stinking like some poor infant. He even looked like a baby, pudgy and bald, his smile was innocent and guileless as a child's. Dr. Thurman, go to your room and remove your clothes. Shower and dress and clean. Thurman stood up. Griffith saw him behind the chair, his wet and stained. Christ. Take the chair with you. Leave it in your room. After he'd gone, Griffith sat down across from Valentine, slightly feeling tired. The anticipatory pearl he'd felt on the bottom. So perfectly engineered that the first time he'd seen it, he wept. Months of rapid research, picking apart the T-virus and isolating effects, culminating in their first mimeograph. While the others had been gloating over their war towards the effect of the truth. I appreciate what I've done. Any of them know how crucial it is. Child, like a monkey, disgracing my work, my life. Griffith studied his handsome features, his expressionless eyes. There were pictures in his room of his wife and baby, a boy with a bright, beautiful smile. Griffith's sanity shuddered suddenly. A terrible rending twist that made him dizzy. 1,000 voices screaming unintelligibly through the cracks of reality. For just a second, he felt as if he was losing his mind. Just sitting there. Millions. What if I'm wrong? Griffith whispered. Alan, tell me I'm not wrong. I'm doing this for the right reasons. You're not wrong, Dr. Kinston said calmly. You're doing this for the right reasons. Griffith stared at him. Tell me your wife's alive. My wife's alive. Look what I've accomplished. It's a gift, a creation. Peaceful death. All loose Thurman's existence. Better than they deserve. He'd been working too hard, tiring himself. The strain was getting to him. He was only human after all. But he couldn't afford to let the stress of his body affect his Chapter 6. Karen Driver was a tall, lanky woman in her early 30s, with short blonde hair and a serious, businesslike
Want me? Leave them alone and face me! Come on! Your fight is with me!
Even the bathroom seemed to reflect her personality. The white walls were lined with shelves, each neatly organized according to purpose.
Scratch your face.
do more than take off her shoes before crawling into bed. She woke just before 10, took a shower, and waiting nervously when David knocked on her door. Rebecca heard the front door open and close, new voices floating through the living room. She slipped on her high tops and laced them quickly, feeling her anxiety level jump a notch. The team was assembled. They were that much closer to going in, and though she'd thought of little else since waking up, the realization continued to come as a kind of shock. One of the secrets of her parents' house already seemed like it had been a lifetime. That would have been only hours ago.
And hours from now, this will all be over. That's what's gonna happen between Mars and David and his team were there. We see the dogs, snakes, birds, and natural creatures in the tunnels.
Rebecca shook the images away as she stood up, scooping her dirty clothes off the floor and stuffing them into the empty bag that she'd carried on the plane. There was no reason to assume that the Caliban Cove facility would be the same, and worrying about it wouldn't change anything. She paused in front of the mirror, studying the tense features of the young woman.
Evacuation Route 7. It leads straight to the hangar bay.
Door.
We move now.
She headed for the living room, past the sparkling kitchen, and around the corner of the wall. She heard David's lilting voice, barely summoned up the fence that was the floor. He broke off as Rebecca walked in, and all was
Protocol starting.
Karen
10,
pulled a few extra chairs
9,
into the room
8,
and sat in one of the
7,
low glass
6,
top coffee tables.
5.
There were two men sitting on the couch across from where David stood. David smiled at her as both men got up, stepping forward to be introduced. Rebecca, this is Steve Lopez. Steve is our resident computer genius and our best marksman. Steve grinned, an all-shucks smile that suited his boyish features perfectly as he shook her hand. His teeth white against his natural deep tan coloring. He had dark, quick eyes and black hair. He was only a few inches taller than her.
Not much older either.
His gaze was friendly and direct, and in spite of the circumstances, Rebecca found herself wishing that she'd at least run a brush through her hair before coming out of the bathroom. Simply put, he was hot. And this is John Andrews, our communications specialist and field scout. John's skin was a deep, ugly brown, and he didn't have a beard, but he reminded her of Gary Northwest. He was massively built, a 6-foot frame bulging with tightly packed muscle. He grinned brightly at her, his smile dazzling and white. This is Rebecca Chambers, biochemist and field medic for the Raccoon City S.T.A.R.S, David said. John let go of her hand, still smiling. Biochemist? Damn. How old are you? Rebecca smiled back, catching the glint of humor in his eyes.
18 3/4.
John laughed, a deep, throaty chuckle as he sat back down. He glanced at Steve, then back at her. You better watch out for Lopez, then, he said, then dropped his voice to a mock whisper. He just turned 22, and he's single. Knock it off. Steve growled, his cheeks flushing. He looked at her, shaking his head. John, he's got a sense of humor, and nobody can talk him out of it. Your mother thinks I'm funny. John shot back, and before Steve could respond, David held up a hand. That's enough, he said mildly. We only have a few hours to organize if we mean to do this today. Let's get started, shall we? Steve and John's banter had been a welcome break from her tension, making her feel like one of the team almost instantly. But she was also glad to see the serious, intent looks on all their faces as they watching the left information that they had been given. It was good to know that they were pros.
Will it matter?
Her mind whispered softly.
The stars in Raccoon were professionals too. Even knowing the kind of research and hours they did, will it make any difference at all? With the virus mutation is still infectious, with the places crawling with tyrants.
Rebecca had no answer.
Records reference restricted underground facilities.
silently telling herself that her anxieties wouldn't get in the way of her doing her job, and that her second mission wouldn't be her last. For Rebecca's sake, David started...
Get back! Get off me!
As bright as she was, and with her previous experience at an umbrella facility, he didn't want her to hold back. Our objective is to get to the compound and evidence on umbrella and get out again with as little trouble as possible. I'll go over every step thoroughly, and if any of you have any questions or ideas about how to proceed, no matter how trifling, I want to hear them. Understood? There were nods all around. David continued, comfortably. And you've all read the articles.
Alpha team, move out! Get to the LZ now! We're running out of time!
Umbrella's put a lot of effort into covering up the problem in Raccoon City. While we could assume that they'd be abducting or killing fishermen who wandered across their territory, it seems unlikely that they want to call that kind of attention to themselves. Why hasn't Umbrella sent anyone in to clean it up? John asked. David shook his head. Who's to say they haven't? We may find that they've already cleared the site of evidence. In which case, we group together with the Raccoon people and our own contacts and start over. Again, everyone nodded. He didn't bother stating the obvious, that the virus could still be contagious. They all knew it was a possibility, that we planned to have Rebecca address the matter before the briefing was through. David looked down at the map and sighed inwardly before moving on to the next point. Point of entry, he said. If this were an open assault, we could go in by helicopter just over the fence. But if there are still people there and trigger an alarm, it's over before we even start. Since we don't want to risk discovery, our best option is to go in by boat. We can use one of the rafts from the tanker operation last year. Karen piped up, frowning slightly.
When we have the line to appear?
David touched the map, just below the notched line of the fence. Actually, I don't recommend using the fence. If we go in here, he traced up the running length of the cove. We can get a look at the layout of the entire compound and hide the raft in one of the caves beneath the lighthouse. According to what we found, the base of the cliff to the lighthouse itself. If the path has been blocked, we'll backtrack and come up with an alternative route.
Won't the raft attract attention if anyone's outside watching?
Rebecca asked. David shook his head. The S.T.A.R.S had used a tanker that had been hijacked by terrorists who had threatened to spill the cargo unless they demand from that. It had been a night operation. It's black and has an underwater motor. If we go in just past dusk, we should be invisible. The other benefit to this approach is that if the facility looks unhealthy, we can abort until a later time. He waited as they thought it over, not wanting to rush them. They were good soldiers, his team, but this was a voluntary assignment. If any one of them had serious doubts, it was better to address them now. Besides which, he was open to other suggestions. His gaze fell across Rebecca's youthful face, taking in the steady willingness of her good stars operative in the quick brown eyes. The thoughtful consideration of his plans. He was beginning to like her for more than just her usefulness to the mission. There was a kind of matter-of-fact openness about her that appealed to him, particularly with all his recent turmoil over emotional awkwardness. She seemed quite comfortable with herself. David pushed the thoughts aside, suddenly realizing how much stress he had been under, how tired he continued to be. His focus was suffering for it. Keep it together, man. This isn't the time to wonder.
We're approaching the drop zone.
Inside, we move in
I repeat, Sierra 117 is compromised. We're diverting north.
Scouting the area for the lab and looking for some idea as to what happened. Steve and Rebecca will follow, and I'll bring the three. When we find the lab, we'll get them together. Rebecca will know to look for detailed materials and if they have computer systems still running. Steve can get into the files. The rest of us will provide cover. Once we retrieve the information, we'll get back out where we came. He picked up the poem that Trent had given him, tapping it with his other hand. One of Rebecca's teammates has already had dealings with Mr. Trent. She thinks that this might be relevant to what we need to find, so I want all of you to take another look before we go in. It may be important. Karen asked. David frowned, not sure what to answer. It wasn't a straight answer, but it would have to do. Any idea on what the chances are that we'll contract the virus? Steve asked quietly. David tilted his head toward Rebecca. If you could give us some insight about what we may see, perhaps a bit of background. She nodded, turning toward the rest of the team.
I can't tell you exactly. When our team got picked up the case, I lost access to the tissue and survival samples, so I didn't get to one of these. But from looking at the effects, it's an interspecies reptiles, you name it. In some creatures, it promotes incredible growth, and all of them, unlimited. From some of the reports we came across at B-City, I can tell you that it affects brain chemistry, at least in humans, inducing something like a schizophrenic psychosis through extremely high levels of B2 receptors. It also inhibits healing. The human victims we came across hardly reacted to gunshot wounds, and though they were decaying physically, they didn't seem to feel it.
The young chemist paused, perhaps remembering. She suddenly looked much older than her years.
The still at this stage look like an airborne, but I don't think it's designed to prefer form. The scientists were almost certain
Stay sharp, Jill. It's close.
Watch out! Hit the deck! Fall back!
But direct contact with any punch. With any luck, they'll have Valentine back, or at least a period of passing ability. The humans, anyway.
There was a moment of strange silence as they all considered the implications of what she'd told them. David could see that he was shaken and felt a bit shaken himself, knowing the virus wasn't the same as actually hearing the specifics. How could they give themselves deliberately injecting anything with something like that? On the tail of that thought, another occurred to him. How would he live with himself if one of his team contracted the virus? He'd led missions before in which people under his command had been hurt, and twice before he'd made captures.
Warning. Self-destruct sequence initiated. 10,
Taking
9,
a team
8,
into an area on his own
7,
initiative, where a similar terrible disease can infect them, or they could die at the claws of some inhuman monster. It would be on my head. This isn't an authorized mission. Responsibility stops with me. Can I truly ask them to do this? Well, that pretty much sounds like a shit job, John said finally. And if we want to get out there on time, we better head out soon. He smiled at David, an uncharacteristically subdued one, but a smile all the same. You know me. I love a good fight. Somebody's got to stop these assholes from spreading this stuff around, right? Steve and Karen were both nodding, their faces as sad and determined as John's, and even knowing what they would encounter. David felt a sudden rush of emotion for all of them. A strange, uncomfortable mix of pride and fear and warmth that he wasn't sure what to do with. After a few seconds of uncertain silence...
Keep moving, it's coming down! The chopper's almost here! Hurry up!
It would take him a few hours to get to the... Let's keep the storage in place, he said. We can go through the rest of it on our way. As they stood to leave, David reminded himself that they were doing this because it was necessary to participate in the dangerous operation. They knew the risks, and he also knew that if anything went wrong, then others would be able to come in and aid.
System-wide containment failure.
What did it mean? She'd always prided herself on her imagination, her ability to find the truth. It was the key to success in the field, though she was aware that she sometimes came across as unlikely, even cold. She expected breaking into the peace that was found in the world. Patterns and measuring angles of entry was the deep satisfaction for herself puzzles, and finding out not only why, but how. The unanswered questions about Caliban Cove were an affront to her careful thought processes. They went against her grain, smudging her very ordinary sense of reality. And she knew that she couldn't find relief until those questions were put to rest. She was finished with the weapons. She should check the utility belts again, make sure everything was locked down and ready, and then see if David had anything else for her to do. Karen hesitated, feeling a trickle of warm sweat slide down her back. No one was within sight of the open back door, and she'd already double-checked every flap pocket and every belt. With a sudden rush of something like guilt, she reached into her vest pocket. It had been given to her by her father, a remnant from his service in World War II, and one of the few items she had to remember him by. She'd worked hard to present herself as an intelligent woman, not prone to emotional sentimentality, and in most respects that was true. But the thing was a rabbit's foot, and she never went on a mission with it. Besides, she had half convinced herself that it might come in handy one day.
Yeah, keep telling yourself
Attention all units. We have lost contact with the Bravo team. Their last known position was the main gate.
She searched the blackness for a sign that marked the beginning of the private territory, but couldn't make out much. She also felt was confounded with the knowledge that he was in the alien world, teeming with cold-blooded life. Rebecca saw a flash of salt light as David raised a pair of night vision binoculars to watch for the across his face for an instant before he adjusted the position, making his features strange and craggy. Now that they were actually doing it, actually on their way, she felt better than she the mind numbing feeling she lived with since the incident in the I see the fence. Water slopped at the raft. The sound of muted waves growing as the small craft rocked and shuddered. While she liked looking at the ocean, she looked at it. As a kid, she'd seen Jaws one too many times. She kept her focus on the shore, trying to judge how close they were, and felt as much the towering shadows of the trees gave way to a clearing. She could hear water dashing lightly against the rocky shore. Sensed flat, open space on both sides of the road. They had reached the compound. There's the dock, David said. John, if you stop it, too close. Just like a faint man-made shape would appear ahead of them, a dark line shifting over the water. There was the hollow, lonely square in the middle of the water, a small dock raised and straight from the ground. No one else that she could see. As the pier slipped past, Rebecca squinted into the darkness beyond. She could just make out the rocky outline.
Move it! Let's go! Secure the perimeter! Clear the lobby, now!
The sixth structure was directly in the back of the lighthouse. They were all hoping that it was the lab. They'd be able to get what they needed. Wait. David just became urgent. Somebody. 2, 3. I just went behind
Move, this way.
Then why is it so dark? And why does it feel so big here? So empty?
Karen whispered. Before David could respond, Steve gasped. A sharp intake of air that froze Rebecca's blood. Her thoughts were big water. Big. Oh, Jesus, it's huge! The raft was hid, heaved up and over in a fountain of churning blackness. Rebecca saw a flash of sky. It was well cold. The sign was poised, splashing into the turbulent dark waters of the sea. Water enveloped him. The icy, stinging salt burning David's eyes and nose as he flailed desperately, lost in breathless. Where is it? He'd seen it. Some searching for the black and sliding back. The surface pulled at him, and he kicked against the dragging depths, terrified. His head approached into air, in an ominous quiet. The team. Where? David whirled around, gasping, heard a spluttering cough to his left. To shore! And, turning in a circle, trying to find their position, to find the creatures, cursing himself for a fool. This mission. Stupid. The craft was 10 meters behind him, upside down. Disturbed water splashing at its sides. The force of the attack had come sure! He called again, his heart thundering, his legs heavy. Can't go in. 3. Where's 4? David! John's terrified shout from beyond the floating raft. Yeah, John! This way! Come this way! Follow my voice! John started to as David tread water, propelling himself backward toward the rocky beach and shouting all the while. He saw the top of John's head appear, saw his arms pumping frantically through the murky water. Follow me! I'm over here! We've got to get... A giant, pale shadow rose up smoothly behind the soldier, at least 3 meters across, rounded and dripping and impossible. Time jerked to a crawl, the events unfolding in front of him in a slow-motion dream. David saw thick, tapering tentacles on either side near the top of the rising shadow, saw a rounded slash in the corpse-colored sleekness. No tentacles, fingers. Then he realized that he was seeing the underbelly of a monstrous animal that couldn't possibly exist. The bottom feeder was made of a house. The black slash in his mouth hissed open. Clusters of magma grinding teeth, each the size of a man's fist. When it came down, John would be swallowed up by the massive jaws, or crushed, or plowed into the icy deep, a drowning meal for the creature.
All right, stay sharp. We clear the lower level first.
Got it. Watch the corners.
Screaming. Dive! Dive! Time skipped forward. The beast was falling forward, arching over, its long, thick serpent's body dwarfing the raft, its shadow enveloping the frantic swimmer. David caught a glimpse of both his rolling eyes inside the beach walls. They crashed down, sending explosive plumes of water high into the air, blotting out the stars and ships that followed this way. David would draw the tremendous wave, driving the fire of the raft. It was rushing toward him, a sense of helpless speed as he struggled against the force that tore his knees, struggled to fight air in the swimming torrent. Kicking wildly, he surged upward through the liquid veil, felt cold air slap at his skin. The warm, human hands yanking at his shoulders. He inhaled convulsively as his boots scraped against rock, and carried frantically his smoke behind him.
I got it.
Staggering against the slimy rocks, David let himself be dragged backward until he found his balance and could turn around. Wet figures were reaching out. Steve and Rebecca. Oh my God. John. I'm okay. David gasped, stumbling forward, his knees cracking numbly against larger rocks that his blurred gaze denied him from seeing. John! Does anyone see him? Nobody answered. He blinked away salt, reeling around to face the splashing darkness, the settling waves slapping at their feet. John! He called, as loud as he dared, searching, seeing nothing at all. His heart was as cold as his body, as heavy as the sodden weight of his Kevlar vest. He's seen him by now. He called again. John! A choking, strangled voice from the rocks to their left. What? David sagged into the beach, taking a deep breath as John's dripping figure staggered out of the shadows. Steve lunged forward, grabbing the taller man's arm and helping him lean against the rocks. I dove, John rasped out. David turned and looked up, past the sliver of pebble and boulder-strewn beach to the darkness of the lake. They were at the bottom of a short-angled drop, in plain sight. The shock of the monstrous fish, if it could be called that, was suddenly unimportant. Seen. We'll make the caves now. Can't stay here. Marina, he breathed. was ahead on their right. Closed door facing the dock. There was no way to know if it was empty. They were barely 10 meters away. The distance was probably flat. Weather breaking. Not even a pebble to block them from view. Stay low, he whispered, and then they were crouching away to the structure. Karen raised the door first, pushing it open. No one's alarm sounded. Steve and Rebecca piled in behind her, and John, David, stumbling into the dark, closing the wooden door after him with a wet, cold shoulder. Stop where you are, he said softly, for the halogen torch on his face. Besides the gulping breaths of his team, everything was still, but there was a warm smell in the close air, a fading stench of something long dead. Thin beam of light, revealing a large, empty room. Gloves and life preservers hung from wooden pegs. Work bench ran the length of the wall. A few sawhorses, cluttered shelves. My God. The light froze on the wings of the door, directly across from the one they'd entered. The narrow beam played across the source of the smell, highlighting bare bone and tattered, oily stained lab coat. Dried strings of muslin trimmed in streamers from the grinning face. A corpse had been nailed to the door, one hand fixed in a welcoming wave. From the look, it had been dead for weeks. Steve felt his gorge rise in his throat. He swallowed it down, looking away. The grotesque image was already fixed in his mind. The eyeless face, revealing tissue. The carefully splayed fingers pinned in place. Jesus, is that some kind of joke? Steve felt dizzy, still out of breath from the nightmarish swim, the sloshing grind of the walls, the horror of the sea monster. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then David cupped one hand over the light and started talking, his voice low but amazingly even. Check your belts, control your lips. Up on status, now. Injuries, point. Take a deep breath. Everyone. John's solemn voice rumbled through the shadows to Steve's left, accompanied by
Research subject, the Tyrant, the ultimate biological weapon.
Flashlight, the medkit.
something in his pocket. There was an empty spot on his belt where his left shoulder had. Yeah, no injuries. Weapon, but no light. Karen. David's fingers shifted over the moving beam, allowing a shadow of glow to spill into the room. Things could be a lot worse. Rebecca, pass out the camps, please. The fence can't be more than 50 meters south from here. There are enough trees for cover, provided no one assaults you. This operation is clear. We're getting out of here. Steve accepted 3 loaded magazines from Rebecca, nodding his thanks. He slapped one into his gun, chambering around automatically. Great. Fine. Let's blow. That same creature was leading us. Now let's get death dropping a casual wave. Just put there to say hello. Steve wasn't easily frightened, but he knew a bad situation when he saw it. He admired the stars deeply. He wanted to go in.
Leave them alone. I'm the one you want.
Gone. Shed. Nailed to the rope and wait. David stepped closer to the decomposed figure. A look of disgust colored his features in the shadow. Light.
We've got a visual on the wreckage.
Rebecca,
It's the Bravo team chopper.
John,
Looks bad.
his torch.
Moving closer.
See if you can find anything useful. Rebecca handed her flashlight to John, who nodded at Steve. The two men walked to one end of the long workbench. The silver horses and the others carrying across the still air.
T-Virus didn't do this.
Rebecca said,
How do you...
silent and careless. lights on top of a laminated Tide chute, an electric screwdriver, dusty and dented, a couple of bits on the stained wood. Nothing. There's nothing here. We should get out of here before someone comes looking. John opened a drawer and rummaged through it while Steve tried to make out what was on an overhead shelf. Behind them, Karen spoke again.
He wasn't dead when they nailed him up, though I'd say he was close. Definitely unconscious. There's no smearing, suggesting he didn't struggle. And there's light marks. Here, picking up. It's like he shot at the back door.
John had finished digging through the drawer, and they moved on. Boots squelching against the wood floor. A set of socket wrenches, cheap radio, crumpled paper bag next to a pencil. Something snagged at Steve's thoughts, and he stopped. He picked up the crunched ball, smoothing out the wrinkles and turning it over. There were several lines from the Hey, you found something. John called quietly, shining the light on the right as the papers turned over. Steve read it aloud, squinting at the faintly penciled words under the ball of beam. There was no punctuation. He did his best to pick up pauses as he went. July 20. Fever's drugged. I'm sick. I hid the material from you. Sent data. Boats are sunk. Steve frowned, unable to make out the word. Tri-spots. Boats are sunk and he let the tri-spots go. Dark now. Come. I think he killed the rest. Stop him. God knows what he needs to do. Destroy the lab. Find your stuff. Tell her I'm sorry. I was sorry. I wish. There was nothing more. Karen said softly. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who was hanging on the door. The sagging, seeping Mr. Death had an identity now, for what it was worth. And the message that Trent had given David was so weird because the poor guy had he sent it. Nice to put a face to the name, huh? John cracked, but not even he smiled. The desperate little note had an ominous ring to it, with or without the little word connected up. What's a tri-spot? David was shaking his head. I think it's best if we leave this for now. We'll... He broke off as heavy plodding footsteps sounded across the long deck, just outside the door he'd come from. Everyone froze, standing, more than one said, an arm over. No rattle and knob, no crashing kick, no other sound. Waiting. David circled one finger in the air, pointed to Karen, and then the other door, hung with the grisly remains of Lyle Ammon. The signals move out. Karen first. They edged away. Steve was in the machine. Breathing through his mouth to avoid inhaling the stench. And as Karen pushed the door open, the sounds were shattered by the rattle of automatic fire coming from in front of them, to the left, coming from the direction of their escape. Karen jumped back as bullets cracked into the door. Chunks of rotten flesh spattered up from Evan's body. The corpse danced and waved.
Get aboard now!
Jerky
Move!
rhythm of
We're
macabre
secure.
motion.
Closing the door.
David snatched the gun from the dead man immediately.
Go, go, go!
Clattering fire, and whoever was shooting was coming closer. The explosive shots louder. The splinters of flesh and wood pelting them with greater force. They were trapped. Both exits blocked. Rebecca clutched her Beretta in one shaking hand, watching for a signal from David. He pointed roughly northwest into the compound, shouting to be heard over the whining, spitting clatter of the automatic fire. Rebecca, other door. John, Karen, next building. Go. Steve, we cover. Go!
An accident.
Let's go. There was still the sound of an automatic rifle firing, but the boathouse no longer shook from the impact of its force. She shot her head back, saw Steve still shooting at something, David motioning at her to move. She sidled for the open door, catching a sickening up-close look at the bullet-riddled corpse still hanging there.
It is done. The future begin now.
Teeth shattered.
Excellent work, Doctor.
Of tissue radiating out from behind the skull. Steve fired once more, and the auto's clatter ceased. He raised the weapon, his eyes wide as he opened his mouth to say something. And the back door crashed open, bullets flying through the dark in a blaze of orange fire. David pushed her roughly from the front, and she ran, corresponding to the crack of knife and paper barrels resonating behind her.
Get to the building. Get to the...
She sprinted through the shadows, her wet shoes thumping across packed rocky dirt, her searching gaze finding the outline of a massive concrete building and spinning the trees that surrounded it in the darkness ahead. Here! She veered toward the call, saw John's muscular form silhouetted by pale starlight at the corner of the building. As she neared him, she saw the open door, Karen standing in the empty weapon trained back toward the shadows. Bullets still sang through the shadows.
Get in!
Karen shouted, stepping out of the way. She fell into a table in the pitch black, cracking one leg painfully against the edge. Turning, she saw Karen firing, heard John yelling, "Come on, come on!" And Steve pounded through the door, gasping. Both stopped before catching him, one hand clutching his chest. Rebecca moved to the door, compressed with full thickness, her mind absolutely registering the material of steel as David hurled through, shouting, "Karen! John!" Karen backed into the darkness. There were 3 more sharp reports from the Beretta, and then John slipped inside. His nostrils flushed. Fingers finding incredible touch. The snick of the lock was barely audible against the wind in their ears. Outside, the bullets stopped. There were no shouts between the attackers, no alarms, no barking of dogs. Broken only by the deep, warm and muggy darkness. A halogen beam flickered on, revealing the shocked faces of the team as David showed the ground in retreat. Inside from there were no windows. Did you see that? Steve gasped, addressing no one in particular. God, they wouldn't go down. Did you see that? Nobody answered, and though they were out of immediate danger, Rebecca didn't feel her adrenaline slowing, didn't feel her heart settling back to anything approaching normal.
I'm not gonna knock. We're gonna have to deal with the consequences.
Caliban Cove. And in this facility, the creatures had guns. David took a final deep breath and exhaled it heavily, flashing the torch's light.
Go! Get out of the way!
Look out, the ceiling!
Blinking against the subtle glare, David Beth stopped it. He said, the ceiling without a breath. His face paled. He nodded at her. Doesn't appear we have anyone else to go. Check him out. Anyone else? Nobody answered as Rebecca said to Steve, motioning him to take off the vest. David turned and looked around, measuring it against the memory of Trent's map and what little he'd seen from outside. There were a half-dozen cheap metal desks, each with a computer and bits of clutter on top. The cement walls were undecorated and plain. There was another door on the west wall that had things were gone. Karen's a killer, he said. They could check out the rest of the site once they decided what to do. Once you've decided, Captain, perhaps you'd like to send them out for a
Me too. And I still want to get...
I'm losing altitude. System's failing. Come on, hold together!
John said, man, zombies with M16s. Night of the Living Death Squad. Steve sighed, pushing his wet bangs off his forehead. Might as well keep looking. Going back out isn't exactly safe. It's not the way I would have liked getting your own umbrella once I get the plan. Yeah, I want to nail these bastards. David smiled. He'd sorely underestimated his team. Rebecca asked suddenly.
Really?
The question surprised him anew. Not because she'd asked, but because suddenly he didn't have an answer. He thought about the stars, about his obsession. That it hadn't been wasted. And he'd convinced himself that uncovering the treachery within the child would lay his mind at rest, as if rooting out the corruption would somehow prove that he wasn't worthless. I've worshipped at the altar of the organization for so long. This must be the reason why. One purpose. In this room. In these faces. I studied her. Felt the rest of the waiting. I want for us to survive.
Reports describe hunters as military-grade BOWs.
They did best if they meant to succeed against the world. Instead of being used as a collaboration, it was the truth that divides all. Get to it, Captain. John, you and Karen take a look around the building. Check the doors. Be back in 10. Steve, boot up one of those computers. See if you can find a detailed layout of the grounds. Becca, we'll go through the desks. We want maps, data on tri-squads, T-virus, anything personal about the researchers that might tell us who's behind all this. David nodded at them, realizing that he felt clearer and more balanced than he had in a long, long time. Let's do it. And then proudly lead the human species into the light, into the miracle of peace. It had been the thought of the MA-7s that had finally drawn him out into the caves. The only concern he had was the disgraced destroyer. He'd already made a mistake with the Leviathans. Once he'd taken over the facility, he'd lowered the cove gates on impulse. He'd straight to the He'd continued to send in weekly reports to keep up appearances, but there was no good explanation for the escape of the They were too violent, too unpredictable to be let out, but letting them starve to death in their cage didn't seem right. Exist at all, and since he'd played a small role in their creation, he felt a responsibility to do something for them. He'd stood in front of the outer gate for quite some time, considering the problem as all 5 of the animals were always implicated with a heavy steel mesh. squads. The unstoppable guards had failed him now when he needed them most. He sat down and turned on the monitor, impatiently waiting for the spinning umbrella window to display the basement lab. He'd be able to see what the intruders were seeking without alerting them to his presence if he could remember how to access the information. He tapped several keys, waited, then typed in his plans. He'd done it. Seek, find, locate. He found it, wondering why the hell anyone would go in the laboratory, and for that matter, why they tried to prove the information at all. The system was in hands. There was nothing but the facility of the files. And Umbrella would know it. Which means relief coursed through him. Pure, so great that he laughed out loud. He suddenly felt quite silly at his childish reaction to the breach. The searcher wasn't from Umbrella, and that changed everything. They managed to find the lab. The position the best considering its location. They were able to gain entry without a key card, and Griffith had destroyed all of them. Except for Hammond's. His was never found. Griffith froze and shook his head. There was a smile on his face. No. He'd searched practically everywhere for the missing card. What were the chances? And what were the chances? That's the triceps. And what was Lyle up to during those hours when you couldn't find him? What if he did get a message out? You only checked for transmissions to Umbrella. But what if he was someone else? Even information logic skill tests, a socio-psychological series of tests that Ammon had designed. Griffith felt his control slipping again. He clenched his hands into fists, refusing to give in. There was too much at stake. He couldn't afford to let his emotions take over. Not now. He had to think. I'm a scientist, not a soldier. I don't even know how to shoot, how to fight. I'd be useless in combat. Totally unpredictable. Uncontrollable. A slow grin spread across his features. Ragged fingernails dug into the heels of his hands. Then to the blank, stupid faces of his doctors. The cylinders of compressed air and virus. His miracle. And finally, to the controls from the mesh.
Keep up the pace! We can't stop now!
Dr. Green's smile widened as blood pattered to the floor. Let them come. As Steve, Rebecca saw David glance between his watch and the door several times. She didn't think it'd be in 10 minutes, but it had to be close. John and Karen weren't back yet. It was rather dry reading. Apparently a facility report on the analysis of some test. It had obviously been was, in fact, the kind of Still, it was an often Steve asked for information on Blue Series. Since the room had yielded little else, Rebecca forced herself to pay attention, fighting off the nagging, quiet fear that had settled over her during the search. Somebody had cleaned out the room, and did a very thorough job of it. She'd found books, staplers, pens and pencils, a ton of rubber bands and paper clips, but not a single piece of paper with writing on it. Not a scrap of information to work with. Steve's computer search wasn't much better. No map, nothing at all on the T-virus. Whoever had taken Steve touched a key and brightened considerably. Here we go. The Red Series, when looked at on a standardized scale, is the most basic. The Green Series. He broke off, frowning. The screen just went blank. Rebecca looked up from the mostly empty desk she'd been going through as David walked over to join Steve. System crash? He asked worriedly. Steve was still frowning, tapping at keys. More like a program freeze. I don't think... Motioning for her to come along. She closed the door full of blank, unlabeled file folders and moved over to stand behind Steve, bending down to read what was on the monitor. Sheet of torn paper in one hand. Locked up tight, John said. Half a dozen offices, no windows at all, and only one other external door, north end. Karen nodded.
There were file cabinets in most of the rooms, but they were empty. Except I found this in one of the doors. Stuff was cracked. It must have ripped off when the place was being cleaned out.
He scanned his dark gaze taking on the subject. Turned back to me. This is Karen nodded.
Yeah, but it's enough, don't you think?
David held up the torn sheet and started to read it out loud. The teams continue to work independently, but have shown a marked improvement since the modification of oral synapses. In Scenario 2, when more than one tri-squad is present, the second team, B, will no longer engage when first, A, concludes. The target ceases to move or make sound. If the target continues to provide stimuli, then A has discontinued the attack. Lack of ammunition, disabling entry to all units. B will engage. If within range, additional patrols will be drawn to the attack and will engage in succession. At this time, we have not successfully managed to expand sensory ability to trigger desired behavior. The visual stimuli of scenarios 4 and 7 continue to be unproductive. Although we'll be inflicting a new group of units tomorrow and expect the quality results by the end of the week, it is our recommendation that we continue to further develop oral capabilities before considering heat detection and verification. That's where it's torn off, David said, looking up. Karen nodded.
It explains a lot. The team at the back door was didn't do anything. The team at the front was still firing. It wasn't until you and Steve took them out that the second group moved in.
Rebecca frowned, not liking the information for more than just the obvious. Umbrella's continued experimentation on humans. From what she'd seen in Raccoon, the T-virus took 7 or 8 days to fully amplify in a host, the host then falling to pieces within a month.
So what's this about affecting any group and getting data in a week? Or for that matter, implantation and sensory modification of the host they already have. They should way beyond what they've seen.
She bit her lip nervously, suddenly wondering what the researchers at Caliban Cove might have done with the virus. If they'd found a way to speed up the infective, perhaps tampered with Virion's fusion memory, made it more cohesive.
Or somehow multiplied the inclusionary, allowing it to replicate exponentially. You could be looking at a strain that works in hours, not days.
It was a nasty thought, and one that she didn't want to consider until she had more information to go on. Besides, it wouldn't make a difference in their current situation. The tri-squads were just as deadly either way. The sign on the north door says we're in Block C, whatever that means, John said, moving to the computer. You find a map? Steve sighed. No, but take a look. I asked for information on the Blue Series, and it started to give us a report on these IQ tests coded by color. Then this. I can't get anything else. John peered at the screen, mumbling. The man who makes it doesn't need it. The man who buys it doesn't want it. The man who uses it doesn't know it. Karen, who had been rereading the tri-squad material, looked up with a sudden sharp interest.
Wait, I know know that one. It's a casket.
Somehow, Rebecca wasn't surprised that Karen knew the riddle. The woman struck her as someone who thrived on puzzles. They all gathered around as Steve quickly typed in casket. The screen remained unchanged.
Try coughing,
Rebecca suggested. Steve's fingers flew across the keys. As soon as he hit enter, the riddle disappeared, replaced by Blue Series activated, then followed tests 4, Block A, 7, Block D, and 9, Block B, blue to access data, Block E.
Nice message. That's it. A message received related to the Blue Series.
Then said,
Enter answer for key. The answer is caught.
and the test numbers of the key, David said. There are 3 more lines in the message, then blue to access. The lines must be the answers to the tests. The letters and numbers reverse. Time rainbow. And don't count. Joe was right. It's all about something we're supposed to find. Rebecca felt a rush of excitement as David grabbed a pen off the desk and turned over the scrap of the Tri-Squad report.
Get secured. We're lifting in 30 seconds. All teams accounted for. Alpha 1.
Do this. We've got something solid now.
David drew 5 boxes and 2 lines, the same as on Trent's map, marking the southernmost rocks with the letter C. After a pause, he tentatively labeled the others, starting at the top of the left and going right to left. Assuming that this is right side up, he said, and that we need to complete the tests in order, we'll be moving in a stagger, zigzag between the windows. And assuming the Tri-Squads don't have a problem with that, John said softly. Rebecca felt her excitement dwindle. To the suddenly squishing down the wall, down the boxes. She'd known that they were going to have to leave eventually, but had somehow managed to avoid thinking about it, putting it off until it was in front of them. It was in front of them now. The Tri-Squads would be waiting. They stood at the north door in the dark and stuffy hallway, tightening bootlaces, adjusting belts, putting fresh magazines into their Berettas. When David was ready, he turned to John and nodded. Give it back to me. You, Steve, and Rebecca will take the one on the left, northwest from here. Once we get there, go straight across. If your guess is right, we'll be in Block D. If you're upside down, Block B. Either way, secure the building, find the test number, then wait for you to show up and give us the go-ahead. And if I do, Karen took up the recital.
If we don't hear from you in half an hour, we come back here and wait for Steve and Rebecca. We complete the test if it's feasible.
John grinned, a white flash in the gloom. And then get our asses over the fence. Right, David said. Good. They were ready. There were infinite variables in the equation, any number of things that could go wrong with the simple plan, but that was always the case. There was no way to prepare for everything that could have, not at this point. And the decision to split up was their best chance to avoid detection by the Tri-Squads. Any questions before we go? Rebecca spoke up, her youthful voice tight with concern.
I'd like to remind everybody again, be extremely careful about what you touch, or what touches you. The Tri-Squads are carriers, so try to avoid getting close to them, particularly if you're moving.
David shuddered internally, remembering what she told him before. That one drop of infected blood could hold millions, hundreds of millions of virus particles. It's not a pleasant thought, considering a 9mm round could inflict a lot of damage. And they didn't lie down when they hit. The 3 by the boathouse just kept coming. Looking at the fire. Waiting for the signal. David shook the thoughts off and thumbed the safety on his weapon, putting his other hand on the door latch. Ready? Quietly now. 3. 2. 3. He pushed the door open. It
Warning, BOW detected. T-virus levels critical. Emergency, evacuate Lab
There was a
A7.
darker shadow in the way
BOW,
along its
T-virus.
length, a door, and no cover in the 30-plus meters that span the distance. Once they stepped away from sea, they'd be totally vulnerable. If there's a team between the two lines of the buildings. He shot a glance back and saw Rebecca and Steve 10 stood right behind him. If they were going to walk into a corridor of fire, at least he'd be in front. Steve and Rebecca should have time to get back to cover. He took a deep breath, held it, and broke away from the wall, running in a low crouch from the dark square of the box entry. Shades of pallid light and shadow blurred past. His entire being was waiting for the flash of an automatic, the crack of fire, the sharp and piercing pain that would take him down, but it was silent and still. The only sound was the violent stammer of his heart, the rush of blood through his veins. Seconds stretched an eternity as the door loomed closer, larger. Then the latch was under his fingers and he was pushing, bursting into a stifling blackness, spinning around to see Rebecca and Steve come lunging in after him. David closed the door quickly but quietly, sensing the emptiness of the room, the lack of light. And then the smell. Either Steve or Rebecca, the dry bark of involuntary revulsion as David snatched it, already dreading what he knew they would see. It was the same terrible stink that they'd come across in the boathouse, but 100 times more powerful. Even without means of defense, David knew. He'd experienced it in a jungle and in a closed a rancid bile, like sour milk and fly-blown meat. How many? How many would there be? The beam snapped on, and as it found the tottering, reeking pile that took up one corner of the large storage room, David stepped into the bodies had started to melt into one. The blackened, shriveling flesh of the stacked corpses blending and peeling from the human weight. Maybe 15, maybe 20. Retching, Steve stumbled away and threw up, a harsh and helpless sound in the other man's brain. David quickly took in the rest of the chamber, finding a door against the back wall, the letter A blocked across it in black. Without another look at the terrible mound, he hustled Rebecca toward the far door, grabbing Steve as they passed. Once they were through, the smell faded away entirely. They were in a windowless corridor, although there were light switches next to the door. David ignored it for the moment, catching his breath, letting the two young team members collect themselves. Apparently, they'd found the umbrella workers of Caliban Cove, all but at least one of them anyway. And David decided that if they ran across him, he'd shoot first, not bother with any questions at all. Karen and John stood at the door for a full minute after the others, practically just like also. Cool air filtered through the opening. But no shots. No screams. Karen let the door close and looked at John, the pale features masked in the dim light. Her voice was low, even, and terribly serious.
They were in by now. Do you want to take lead, or would you prefer if I went first?
John couldn't help himself. Prefer when we go together, if you know. Karen sighed heavily, sounding pure exasperation. John thinking about how much he knew he should have dealt with it, but it was hard to resist. Karen tried to kick ass with him, and she was sure of attacking the brain. It's my duty to help her lighten up. She's gonna die. Might as well be laughing instead of crying. A simple philosophy, but one he held dear. It had gotten him through many an unpleasant situation in the past.
John, just answer the goddamn question.
I'll go, he said proudly. Wait till I get through. I'll follow. She nodded briskly, stepping back to let her by. They worked together for almost 5 years. soon as his hands closed over the latch, he took a deep breath, letting his sparkling wit take a backseat to what he thought of as his soldier mind. There was humor, and then there was conquering the enemy. Gonna slide through the dark like a shadow. He gently pushed the door open. No sound. Holding his Beretta loosely, he stepped away from the building and moved quickly through the silvery dark, fixing on the door that was scarcely 20 steps away. His soldier mind fed him facts, the cool wind, the soft tread of boots against dirt, the smell and taste of the ocean, but his heart told him he was a ghost, floating like an invisible shadow through the night. He reached the door, touching the clammy metal door with steady fingers, and it wouldn't move. The entrance was locked. No panic. Easy. Shadow. No form. He reached the corner and slid around, letting his heightened senses continue to feed him information. No movement in the whispering night, or a feel of confidence as his shoulder in, a steady pulp of exhilaration feeding his muscles. There was another door, facing the broad glimmering openness of the sea. Cold light, metal. Bullets hit the dirt at his feet. John smiled, flattening himself against the latch, walking from the direction of the boathouse, the line of three. And John tore the door open and jumped behind it, heard the clatter of 22 rounds smash into the metal, stopped inches from his body by the explosive ping, ping, ping that rattled the door. He held the door open with his foot. It took a split second to look around the edge and targeted the flashing light. He was an animal now. Himself, both as a man and a bringer of death. Another look, the line was closer now. Three dark figures taking shape. John got off another shot, ducked behind the open. John rolled around and saw two of them, 10 feet away in the northeast corner of the building. Both held automatic rifles, but made no move to fire. He felt panic, then a screaming, whining beast on his head threatened to devour him from inside. Holy shit. The fuselage of the M16s was still approaching, but he could see only the creatures that stood there, watching him with blank and rubbery eyes, with unsteady legs.
Warning. Unauthorized access detected.
From the nose down,
Warning. Unauthorized access detected.
dark wetness hanging through strings of plastic flesh. The one on the right looked entirely first, if deathly white and dirty, until he saw the exploded mass of his belly. The little dripping snake of intestine flying out against his bloody shirt. Won't engage. John stepped backward into the dark of the building, using one distant arm to hold the door open against the squashing
team, this is Rebecca. I'm in the main facility, medical storage. Does anyone copy?
He felt a creeping amazement taking place in the world. Terrible thoughts, the confusion ebbing, the waters of his mind becoming clear again. It's not funny, he said. After a while, they both started to laugh. Chapter 10. The farther away they got from the front of the concrete block, the less noxious the air, for which Rebecca was deeply grateful. She'd been seconds away from vomiting herself. The smell was that bad. It seemed almost tangible. As they moved quietly through the well-lit hall, she found herself thinking again about Nicholas Griffith. And although there was no proof that he was behind the mass slaughter, she couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility. The corridor led them past several buildings, each as barren and sterile as the world. They passed an exit at the far side of the block, and after another turn in the hall, they finally came to a door locked again with the letter A, and below it the one dash 4. There were 3 triangles beneath the numbers, each a different color: red, green, blue. David opened the door, revealing a much shorter hall, whose dark fluorescent light spilling into the stale darkness. There were 2 doors on either side. Steve found the lights and turned them on. Rebecca saw that there was more of the colored triangle over to their right. The other was white. I'll take the test, David said. Steve, Rebecca, check out the other room. We'll meet back here. Rebecca nodded, saw Steve do the same. He looked a little pale, but seemed steady enough. Though he dropped his gaze when he noticed her look, she felt a sensitive glance, realizing that he was probably embarrassed for losing his lunch. They opened the labeled door and stepped into yet another luminous room, as stuffy and warm as the rest of the building. Rebecca turned on the lights, and a rather large office-lined bookshelves flickered into view. A steel desk sat in one corner next to a filing cabinet, the empty drawer standing open. Steve sighed. Looks like another bust, he said. The desks, the shelves. Rebecca shrugged.
Shelves, I guess.
He grinned almost shyly.
This will help with the pain, but we need to keep moving.
Breath mints or something.
All right, just hurry.
Rebecca smiled, glad that he made the joke.
Save me now. I slowed it down back there. It's a close call.
They locked gazes, still smiling, and Rebecca felt a shiver of excitement through her as the session stretched, lingering a few beats longer than a more casual exchange. Steve looked away first, but his color had returned, his cheeks slightly pinker than before. He moved to the desk, and Rebecca turned to face the row of books, feeling a little flushed herself. There was a definite attraction there.
And it's only about the worst time and place to consider it.
Her mind snapped.
Secure that shit, pronto.
The books were about what she might have expected, considering what they knew about the tri-squads and umbrella. Chemistry, biology, and a whole set of leather-bound texts on behavior modification. Several medical journals. As Steve moved through the desk behind her, she ran her hand along the row, pushing the back of the shelf as she glanced over the titles. Maybe there was something hidden behind one of them.
Sociology, Pavlov, psych, pathology.
She stopped, frowning at the slender black volume tucked between 2 large books. No title. She pulled it out and felt her heart speed up as she opened the small book, seeing the spidery handwriting behind her. She flipped to the front.
One of the guys on the list. One of the researchers. Hey, I found a diary.
go! Keep moving!
Today was whether or not we should add a new scenario into the tri-squad. All I really wanted was to get a date. Share information so we can all track. I mean, Jesus, it's like he can't live with a concept that we can go out without his name. And he hasn't done dick since the MA7 disaster, except to try and convince everyone that it was Chin's fault. So much for not speaking the old dead. Alan and I talked over the infants yesterday. That's going well. He's going to write up the proposal this week, and we're not going to let Lewis touch it. Then he left with a green light by the end of the month. Figures the white boys are going to want to run it past Burton, like those guys who knows why. B doesn't give a shit what we're doing out here. He's off being brilliant again. I have to admit, I'm looking forward to his next synthesis. Maybe we'll
Any nausea or headache?
Swears there are some chemicals
A
missing.
little lightheaded,
Though I'm
but
starting to think
otherwise
she
fine.
miscounted again.
All right, keep an eye on it.
Hard to believe she's in charge of the infection process. She's sloppy as hell. I'm surprised she hasn't managed to infect the entire compound. God knows there's enough in there to do it. I should probably get over to Dean myself, make sure everything's ready for tomorrow. Got a new batch coming in. Griffith actually asked to watch the process. First time he's come out of the lab in weeks. First time he's ever taken an interest in the rest of his family. I know it's stupid, but I still want to know. Really, he's working in his own technical way. I think he even intimidates Lois. Lois is generally too stupid to scare. More later. The rest of the pages were blank. Rebecca looked up at Steve, not sure what to say. Her mind there was something in it that bothered her. Missing chemicals, infection process, the brilliant, creepy Dr. Griffith. She no longer had any doubt that Griffith had killed the others, but that wasn't what set her internal alarms jangling. It was Block D, Steve said, with anxious fear playing across his face. If we're in A, Karen and John are in D.
Or there's enough of the T-virus to infect the entire compound, or the infection process continues. We should tell David.
Rebecca said, and Steve nodded, both of them moving quickly for the door. Rebecca hoping desperately that John and Karen wouldn't find Blue and that if they did, they wouldn't touch anything that would hurt them. The test room was big. 3 of the walls lined with he saw that the tests were clearly numbered and color-coded. The symbols painted on the cement floor in front of each one. He saw bright colored blocks and simple shapes on the tables in each cubicle as he moved past, heading to the back of the room. The green series lined the wall opposite, though he ignored it entirely. The back wall was marked with blue triangles, the number 4 test in the far right corner. As he neared the back of the room, he heard a faint hum of power coming from the blue test area. Table in number 2, a keyboard set in number 3.
Several reports describe abnormal mutations in test
Though what they
subjects.
were connected to, he couldn't imagine. Can't imagine. Dead cat. Once we've solved these little puzzles, we'll find whatever's been hidden for us and get out. Away from this cemetery. Sea of Caliban Cove. The corpses in the front hall had been bad, but it was the thoughts they'd inspired the trouble. Made him so suddenly eager to get his team out. The tri-squads were dangerous and deadly. The monster in the cove's waters had been but someone in the facility knew that monster at a different time entirely. One that had murdered his own people, and would stack them like kindling in the dark place. chair, utilitarian gray metal. On the table was a pad of paper, a pencil, and an inexpensive chess set, all of the pieces in place. As he stepped into the cubicle, he saw that there was a metal plaque set into the surface of the table, a string of numbers etched into the steel. David sat in the chair, peering down at the numbers. 9, 22, 3, backslash, 14, 26, 9, 16, 8, backslash, 7, 19, 22, backslash, 8, 11, 12, 7. He frowned, looking up at the chess set, then back at the numbers. There was nothing else to look at. That was it. He quickly sorted through the clues in Evan's message. Was it the letters in English reverse? Oh, don't count. Since there didn't seem to be anything relating to time or a rainbow, it had to be one of the two. If the lines are in the same order as the pattern, this is the letter and number reversal. But what letters? There aren't any. David smiled suddenly, shaking his head. The numbers on the plaque didn't go any higher than 26. It was a code, a fairly simple one. He picked up a pencil and quickly jotted down the letters of the alphabet, then numbers. A was 26, B was 25, all the way back to Z. 1. Clenching back and forth between the plaque and the paper, he wrote down the numbers, and then started to decipher the message. Just as the door burst open, Rebecca and Steve hurrying in, wearing matching expressions of fear. What is it? Rebecca held up the book, talking fast.
We found a journal. It says that the strain of the virus used to infect the Tri-Squads is in Block D, in Room 101. Maybe everything's fine, but the journal doesn't touch anything that's been contaminated.
He'd heard enough. Let's go. They turned and he strode past them, leading them back to where they'd come, his thoughts racing. They had passed an exit on the far side of the building. He could send Steve and Rebecca to the next block over while he went to D, just as originally planned, only much faster, and now carrying the horrible headache fear that two of his people might accidentally uncover the T-virus. It won't happen. They'll be careful. The chances of one of them getting a cut and then touching something dangerous in a room that's currently marked as a laboratory. The reassuring facts did nothing to ease his mind. They hurried toward the exit, a deepening knot of dread settling into the pit of David's stomach. They stood in the bright light at the center of D block, silently listening for the step. From their position, they should be able to hear any of the three external doors being used. After securing the building and finding the test room, she and John had chalked open all the passages that led to the block's exits. Karen checked her watch and then rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit worn out from all of the night's events, and still sickened by what they'd found in room 1. John seemed unusually subdued, and definitely test room first, a large chamber filled with little tables, each marked with numbers between 5 and 8. Karen admits somewhat disappointed to see that the one series number 7 was just a handful of colored tiles with letters on them, half of them upside down and unreadable. All the colors corresponded to rainbows, though there were 2 extra violet tiles in the heaped pile. Since they couldn't risk messing with it until David had completed the final test, she'd reluctantly turned away, suggesting that they check out the rest of the block. They'd gone through a couple of offices, empty, and a cluttered coffee room where they'd found a box of incredibly moldy donuts and little else. It had been the chemical lab that had told them the most about the kind of place on Earth.
Get back! Help me!
The room had given her a feeling she'd ever experienced before. It was haunted, plain and simple. Haunted by the misery of fear and the cold, Nazi-esque precision of scientists committing atrocities against the familiar. You thinking about that room? John asked suddenly. Karen nodded and didn't say anything. John seemed to sense her unspoken desire not to talk about it, for which she was thankful. The weight of her good luck charm was the only other comfort she felt at the moment, and she longed to take it out, to feel reassured by memories of her father and successful missions gone by. Anything to take her mind off of the lab room. The outer door to 101 was clearly marked with a biohazard symbol, and they'd briefly discussed not going in at all. John arguing against entering a possibly contaminated environment. Karen had contacted me to drink any cuts or operations, and then they found something about the T-virus to take with them. The truth was, she couldn't stand to let such an opportunity pass. She wanted to see what was behind the door, because leaving it unopened would get under her skin. John had finally agreed, and they'd gone inside, stepping into a small entryway that was draped with sheets of heavy plastic. There were shower nozzles overhead, and a drain set into the floor, a decon area. A smaller second door had opened up into the room itself, leading them into a mad scientist's dream. Glass crunching under feet, a tired smell of anxious sweat beneath the acrid odor of bleach. John found the lights, and even before the large room snapped into view, Karen felt her heart slow down. A dark tension filled the air, a sense of foreboding that radiated from the very walls. It looked like a dozen other lab facilities she'd worked in, counters and shelves, a couple of metal sinks, a large stainless steel refrigerator unit in one corner with a lock on the handle. And somehow that was the worst, that the environment was so familiar, a place she'd always felt at home. The few differences were dramatic ones. The room was dominated by a stainless autopsy table, fitted with velvet restraints, and there were 2 additional hospital gurneys next to it, likewise fitted. As she walked over to look at one of them, she saw the dark, dry stains at either end. The thin pad was soaked with blood from the man's ankles and wrists.
Mayday! Bravo team is down. We have lost
In the
contact.
back of the room was a cage the size
What
of
is
a
your
large
status?
walk-in
Private.
closet.
Report
Heavy
immediately.
bars surrounding an unpacked bench. Next to the cage, several slender cages, each a meter or so in length, and tipped with hypodermic needles. They were the kinds of instruments used to drug wild animals, allowing the person operating them to stay out of reach. Karen looked down at the gurney, lightly touching the long dried stain, wondering what kind of person could have willingly participated in such an experiment. The crust of blood was all over the powder, filled with thoughts of what the victims must have remembered, waiting in the cage, perhaps watching some gloved madman inject a toxic, mutated virus into a helpless human being. It was a bad place, a place of evil deeds. They both felt it, both being affected by the realization of what had gone on there. Karen's right eye, distracting her from the terrible remembrance, drawing her back to the present. She rubbed at it and looked at her watch again. It had been only 20 minutes since the team had split, though it felt longer. There was the sound of a door opening, followed by David's excited shout through the corridor. He'd come into the back. John grinned at her, and she felt a wave of relief. David was up there.
Here, keep walking.
John called back.
Take a ride at the T.
His footsteps pounded through the hall. In a few seconds, he appeared at the corner and jogged toward them, his face tight with concern. Karen started to ask, but David cut her off. Did you find the laboratory room? Room 101. John frowned, his smile fading. Yeah, it's back the way you came. Did either of you touch anything? Do you have any cuts, any small wounds that might have come into contact with anything? Their confusion must have shown. David spoke quickly, looking back and forth between them. We found a journal, naming it as the room where they were perfecting the tri-squads. John smiled again. Well, no shit. Figured that much out in about 2 seconds. Karen held out her hands, turning them over for David to see. David exhaled sharply, his shoulders sagging. Oh, thank God. I had the worst feeling all the way over that something had happened. We found the researchers of Block A. Ammon was right. We killed them. And our he has a name now. Rebecca seems certain that it's Nicholas Griffith. He was the one she recognized from Trent's list, and he has a rather sordid history. She can fill you in when we regroup. He shook his head, a wavering smile on his lips.
What the hell? These files, they contradict everything we were told.
John smiled wider. Jeez, David. I had no idea you cared. Or that you thought we'd be stupid enough to stick ourselves with dirty needles in a place like this. David laughed, a soft, shaky sound. Please, accept my sincerest apologies.
Where are Steve and Rebecca?
Karen asked. Probably in the next test area by now. I saw them safely up to Block B before I came here. Did you find Test 7? This way, John said. And as they started down the hall, he began to Karen followed, rubbing at the maddening, elusive itch in her right eye. She must have irritated him with all the rubbing. It seemed to be getting worse. And to top things off, she felt a headache coming on. She wiped at her head, sighing in and timing. She knew that her headache was coming down with something. Assuming the ocean must have set her up nicely for a cold. It was going to be a nasty one. He compared the syringes and decided what place to hide. There was nothing left for him to do but wait. In spite of his earlier feelings of confidence, he was nervous now, pacing through the last lessons. What if they were or the intruders had left to stop the MA7s? He'd tried to prepare for every possibility, each plan unfolding into a backup. I'll strangle them with my bare hands. They will not stop me from doing what must be done. Accomplish it. Not after everything. For the second time in a day, he flashed back to the takeover of the combat. The strange, vivid images of that bright and sunny day less than a month ago. Instead of blocking the thoughts as he did before, he let them come, inviting them in. To remind him of what he was capable of. flashed through his thoughts. A blinding midday sun bathing the sleeping bodies in red. The scream of a gull over the cove, relentless and wild, calling to the hot wind. The coppery smell of detergent. Blood on my hands. On the scalpel, I imagined wet and sharp, plunged into soft, yielding flesh, faces, bellies, and eyes. Later, crashed His eyes snapped open and the nightmare was over. Shaken, Griffith looked around in the corners.
We're going down! We're losing power!
He must have dozed off for a
Mayday!
minute. Must have. Yes, that was it. He'd fallen asleep in a terrible dream. He looked at the clock, saw that only a few moments had passed since he had sent the 2 doctors out. He felt a rush of relief, realizing that he hadn't been asleep for very long. But as the relief ebbed, he felt the nervousness slip back into his body, generating pulsing anxiety about the intruders that had come to his facility. They won't stop. Griffith stood up, starting to pace restlessly, back and forth, waiting. The time rainbow test, number 7, took only a moment longer to complete than test number 4. What David had started to think of as the chess test. John and Karen had shown him to the small table in the big room, standing behind him as he'd uprighted the colored tiles on the line. Beneath the heap of 9 rainbow-shaded pieces, perhaps a foot long or 2 inches across. It was clearly just 7 tiles were fit. 7 puzzle rainbow, 7 tiles, 0. My other 9. David ordered the pieces by their colors, placing them in a row with indentation. Each bore a different letter on the top, inked in black: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo. 3 violet tiles with 3 different letters. Is it supposed to spell something? John asked. Going from left to right, the first 6 tiles read JFM, AMJ.
Not in English.
Karen said mildly. The 3 violet tiles were J, M, and F. David sighed. It's one of those where you have to figure out the next one in the series, he said. Apparent relation to time. Any thoughts? John and Karen both stared down at the puzzle, studying the letters. He wondered if they were as tired as he was starting to feel. John seemed distinctly less cheerful than usual, and Karen looked fairly wiped out, her skin pale and gaze somewhat distant. Of course they're tired, but at least they're making an attempt. David looked back at the colored pieces and tried to focus, but couldn't seem to manage a single coherent idea. It'd been an awfully long day, periods of intense concentration, interspersed with violent rushes of adrenaline. He'd run through fear, self-doubt, determination, and then fear again, plus a handful of less clear-cut emotions. Now he just felt frazzled, waiting to see what would come next. John smiled silently, a triumphant light in his eyes. The letters stand for the months. January, February, March, April, May, June, July is J. The last letter is J. Brilliant, David said. He started to place the tiles in the indentation as John nudged Karen with his elbow, still grinning. And you thought all I was good for was easy 6. As usual, Karen didn't bother answering, relieved to be through the second.
We have to move faster, Jill. It's
David
gaining on us.
I'm trying, Chris.
There was a faint click, and the rainbow lowered very slightly, perhaps a millimeter. From above them, a gentle chime sounded from the speaker. This one That all I get? John quipped. No parade? David stood up, smiling tiredly. I felt the same way with the other one. We should get moving. See how Stephen and Pepper are making out. Interesting way of putting it, David. John said, chuckling. Nice one. It took David a moment to get it, without Karen letting her eyes open. It scratched him. When she took her hand away, David saw that her right eye was extremely bloodshot. The left was also slightly discolored, though not as bad Useful information. I happen to know how many of the squads they were to begin with. He ignored the inner sarcasm as they reached the middle door. Karen leaning back to turn off the overhead light. Pulled out Burton's deep breaths, preparing. And David felt a familiar sensation wash over him. One that he'd experienced before in tight situations, but had never been able to name. It wasn't a feeling. At play beyond the realm of human influence. Whatever was going to happen, whatever was already happening, even as they readied themselves to step back outside, all of the deciding factors were now firmly in place, interlocking like pieces of a puzzle. He felt it with a certainty that denied reason. It was as though a great wheel of chance that determined outcome, that would show them life or death, success or failure, had been set into motion and was now spinning toward its inevitable conclusion. Instead of slowing down, the wheel would turn steadily faster, speeding up as it revealed to them what the cosmos had planned. In the past, he'd often found comfort in the sudden awareness of that spinning wheel, the undefinable sense that the outcome had been decided, and all anyone could do was watch it unfold. When he'd been a child and his father had been on one of his drunken, abusive rampages, the belief in a bigger picture had sometimes been the only thing to total despair. This time, it felt like a terrible thing. A dark and whirling carnival ride that they had boarded by accident, not realizing the truth until it was too late. That they couldn't go back, and there was no avoiding whatever lay ahead. David stepped to the door, flicking the Beretta's safety off. Whether or not they had any control over what was to come, Rebecca and Steve were waiting. Steve sat on the edge of a table and watched her read. He felt restless and uneasy as they waited for the image to show up. His chest ached wildly, both from the small caliber round he'd taken earlier and the anxious build of worry for John and Karen. After a quick look at the other rooms of the building, they both agreed that the test room was the place to wait. It seemed that Block B of the Umbrella facility was mostly devoted to surgical aspects of the bioweapons research, the rooms all white and steel, ominously stark and unpleasant. Although the building was as stuffy and warm as the others they'd been in, Stephen felt a physical chill as they passed the empty operating rooms, as if the chambers themselves had taken on the characteristics of the T.A.R.S creatures. Cold and lifeless, somehow mindlessly black with purpose. Rebecca looked up, her eyes flashing with excitement.
Listen to this. They're waiting on our feedback on expansion ever since Griffith revved up the amp time. We've got space for 10 minutes, and we're going to hold strong when it's a play. We won't be able to concentrate on training more than 4 squads at a time. Aaron said he'll back it up if there's any hassle.
Steve nodded, half dismayed, half relieved by the information. They'd already knocked one of the tri-squads out of the running, plus seriously wounded or killed a couple of individuals on the routine. That was good. On the other hand, it meant that there was still a couple of squads around out there. Unless they're currently engaged with David and the others. He scowled inwardly, grasping for something else to think about. Do you know what that means? Revved up the amp time? Rebecca nodded slowly, increasing her breath.
I'm pretty sure he means that Griffith sped up the amplification process. Amplification is the term for how we suspect the host.
That didn't sound like something we wanted to think about either. By some unspoken agreement, they hadn't talked about the possibility of John or Karen being infected since David had left. Great. Did you find anything else in there? She shook her head.
Not really. He mentions the MA7s a couple of times, but nothing more specific than that they're a T-virus experiment that didn't work. And he's definitely kind of an asshole.
Kind of. Rebecca smiled briefly.
Okay, that's an understatement. He's a money-hungry, amoral bastard.
Steve nodded, thinking about the portion of the
They're turning! Run!
They do.
Oh God, hide!
As much to himself as to Rebecca. How do they sleep at night? Rebecca gazed at it solemnly as she shook her hands. I wasn't sure how to say it. Finally, she sighed.
When you specialize in one field, particularly when it's a field with and a very defined focus on only one tiny element of something, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's frighteningly easy to get lost in that single element, to forget that there's a world outside of your own. When you spend your days looking into a microscope, surrounded by numbers and letters and processes, some people get lost. And if they were unstable to begin with, the ambition to pursue that element can take over, making everything else unimportant.
Steve saw what she was getting at. He was impressed anew with how thoughtful she was, how clearly she communicated herself. All of that and a smile that lights up the room. When we get out of this, when we Raccoon City, at least I'll find out. Footsteps. Steve pushed himself off the table and walked quickly to the door. He leaned out into the corridor and heard David's voice calling for David to look.
In the back!
Steve shouted, then waited, anxiously watching the corner call for David to walk into view. John and Karen both helpful and smiling beside him. Rebecca moved to stand next to Steve, and he saw the same concern and hope written across her delicate features. Instinctively, he broke for her hand, feeling the tingling jolt as their fingers touched, half expecting her to pull away. But she didn't, leaning against him instead, as she held his hand gently, her skin soft and warm on his. John's booming voice preceding him down the corridor, loud and full of bright, good humor. She flashed him up and made up for it. A sweet and wistful expression that made his heart skip a beat, but there was a maturity there too. A realization of the circumstances they were in, an acknowledgement of priorities.
No more until we're out of here.
He nodded slightly. He turned away from the others. Chapter 12. Rebecca could still feel the lingering warmth of Steve's hand in hers as David, John, and Karen walked around the corner, John grinning broadly.
Sorry to crash, but we figured you guys could use a little chaperoning,
He said.
Nothing like young love, though. Am I right?
As the three stepped into the room, Rebecca struggled to quash the blush she felt creeping up on her, suddenly feeling horribly unprofessional. All they'd done was hold hands, and only for a second, but they were in the middle of an operation, in hostile territory, where even a moment's lapse of concentration could get them killed. John must have picked up on her embarrassment.
Don't mind me.
He said, his grin fading.
I'm just giving Steve a hard time. I didn't mean anything by it.
David interrupted.
Move! Get clear! They're right behind us. Fire, now!
He said evenly. We need to update, and I have a few things I'd like to go over. He nodded toward the journal she still held. They found the room, but didn't touch anything. Did you find anything else useful? She nodded, relieved by the news and glad for the change of subject.
It looks like there are only 4 tri-squads, though the entry that mentioned it was 6 months old.
David looked relieved. That's excellent.
I'm inputting the
John
code
and
now.
Karen had another encounter outside of D, managed to get 5 of them.
Make it
That
quick,
means
Chris.
there may only be one
We're
team
exposed
left.
here.
They pulled the chairs away from the small tables that lined the walls, forming them in a loose semicircle in the middle of the room. David stayed standing, addressing
The mortality rates are spiking in the final phase.
I'd like
It's
to do a quick
mandatory we
recap,
proceed,
make certain we're all
regardless
on
of the
same page
cost.
Before we go any further.
This is Tyrant.
In short, this facility was built for 2 hours experimentation and has been taken over by one of the researchers for reasons unknown. The other workers have been killed, and the officers purged of incriminating evidence. Rebecca believed that the biochemist Nicholas Griffith was responsible, and the fact that the grounds are still being patrolled suggests that he's alive, somewhere in the compound, though I don't think we should concern ourselves with trying to find him. We've already completed 2 of the tests given to us by Dr. Hammond through Trent, and my hope is the material is hidden for us will be the evidence we need to formally charge Umbrella with criminal activity. He folded his arms and started to pace slowly as he talked, glancing between them. Obviously, there's already plenty of proof that illegalities have occurred here. We could leave now and turn the matter over to the federal authorities. My concern is that we still don't have enough hard evidence on Umbrella's involvement, other than the computer system software and the journal.
We have to go through here. Follow the red
Umbrella's
line.
name isn't on
It's the
anything,
fastest way to
and
the
most of
extraction
those could be
point.
Explained away. My feeling is that we should continue with the tests and find whatever Dr. Hammond meant for us to find before we evac. But I want to hear from each of you about it first. This isn't an authorized op. We're not following orders here. If you think we should go, we go. Rebecca was surprised. Could see the others felt the same by their expressions. David seemed so certain before, so enthusiastic about their chances. The look on his face now hurt David's. He seemed almost apologetic about wanting to continue, and looked as though he wanted for one of them to suggest otherwise.
Why the change? What happened?
John spoke first, glancing at the rest of them before looking at David.
Well, we made it this far. And if there's only one more group of zombies out there, I say we finish up.
Rebecca nodded.
Yeah, and we still haven't found the main lab. We don't know why Griffith did this. Whether he suffered a psychotic attack or was actually hiding something. We may not find out, but it's worth a look. Plus, what if he destroys more evidence after we've gone?
I agree, Steve said. If the stars are as deeply involved with Umbrella as it looks, we're not going to get another chance.
Can anyone hear
Our
me?
only opportunity to dig up a connection. And we're already so close.
Answer
the
me.
test is right here. We do that when we're one step away from finishing.
I'm up for it.
Karen said softly. At the strange sound of her voice, Rebecca turned toward her, noticing for the first time that Karen didn't look so good. Her eyes were bloodshot, her complexion almost a pallor.
Are you okay?
Rebecca asked. Karen nodded, sighing.
Yeah. It must be a migraine. She looks like hell.
What is it, David?
John asked abruptly.
What's eating you? Something you're not telling us?
David stared at them for a moment and shook his head.
We're lost!
No,
Stay
nothing
close,
like
all
that.
of you. What was that noise?
I have a bad feeling, or rather, a feeling that something bad is going to happen.
A little late, don't you think?
John said, grinning.
Where were you when we got into the raft?
David half smiled in response. Back his head. Thank you, John. I'd almost forgotten. So it's decided then.
Soon the new
puzzle,
age will begin,
Oh, Rebecca, take a look at Karen's eye while
and
we're
you
at
will
it.
all
It's
be
giving us some trouble.
obsolete.
They stood up and moved toward the back of the room, for the table in the northwest corner marked with a blue 9. Steve and Rebecca had already looked when they'd found the drone, though there was no clue to what the test was. A small, blank monitor screen with a 10-key hooked to it sat on the metal table, an enigma.
Get cover!
Rebecca
Move!
motioned for Karen to sit on the chair in front of Test 10, the purpose of which also escaped her. It consisted of a circuit board wired to a plank, and what looked like a pair of tweezers connected to it by a black wire. She bent down to take a look, frowning. The woman's right eye was extremely irritated, the pale blue cornea floating in the sea. Her eyelid had bruised and looked swollen. She turned to ask for David's flashlight and saw that as he sat down in front of the scheduled test, the screen flickered on, several lines of type appearing in the center of the monitor. Some kind of motion sensor, Steve started to say, but David moved his hand suddenly, reading aloud what had appeared on the screen in a As I was going to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives. The 7 wives had 7 sacks. The 7 sacks held 7 cats. The 7 cats had 7 kids. Kids, cats, sacks, wives, how many were going to St. Ives? There was a digital readout on the screen showing 49 seconds, counting down. In the time it had taken David to read the question, 11 seconds had already ticked off the clock. David stared.
Get inside, move! Close the doors now! They're coming! Hurry up!
Tension radiated from him, and David felt a sudden prick of sweat break out across his forehead. Don't count, that was the clue. But what does it mean?
28.
John said quickly. No, wait, 29, including the man. Steve cut him off, talking just as fast. But if they had 7 kittens each, that would be 49 plus 21. 71 with the man.
But the message said don't count.
Karen said.
Does that mean don't add, or... Wait, there's the man with the wives and the speaker. That's another one.
32 seconds had elapsed. David's hand hovered over the keypad.
Don't count. Don't count. Don't.
Rebecca said quickly.
As I was going to say knives. It doesn't say where the man with the wives is going. That's what it means. The clue. Don't count anyone except the one who was going to say knives.
Yes, it makes sense. A trick question. They had 20 seconds left. Anyone disagree? David asked sharply. No answer. David hit the key.
Go left.
Entered it.
I'll check the right side.
And the countdown stopped. 16 seconds to
Move
spare.
out.
The screen turned itself off. From somewhere overhead, the now familiar chime sounded. David exhaled, leaning back in the chair. Thank you, Rebecca. He turned around to tell her as much, but she was already bending to examine Karen's eye, fixated on her patient.
I need a flashlight.
She said, barely glancing around as John handed his to her. She turned it on, shining it into Karen's eye as the rest of them looked on silently, watching them. Karen didn't look well. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her skin had gone from pale to almost sickly.
It's pretty inflamed. Look up, down, left, and right. Is it there or something? Or is it actually more like an edge?
Karen said,
Like a mosquito bite times 10. I've been scratching it though. That might be why it's so red.
Rebecca turned off the torch, frowning.
I don't see anything. The other one looks irritated too. Did it just start itching all of a sudden? I didn't touch it first.
Karen shook her head.
I don't remember. It just started itching.
A look of sharp, almost violent intensity flashed across her face.
Before or after you went in?
David felt a cold hand clutching his heart. Karen suddenly looked worried.
After. Did you touch anything while you were in there? Anything at all? Don't.
Karen's red eyes widened in sudden horror, and when she spoke, it was a breathless, quivering whisper.
The gurney. There's a blood stain on the gurney I was thinking about. I touched it. Oh, Jesus, I didn't even think about it. It was dry and my head. Oh my God, I got a headache right after my eyes started itching.
Rebecca put her hand on Karen's shoulders, squeezing them tightly.
Karen, take a deep breath. Deep breath, okay? It may just be that your eye itches. So don't jump to conclusions here. We don't know anything for sure.
Her voice was low and soothing, her manner direct. Karen blew out a shaky breath and nodded.
If her hand wasn't cut.
John started nervously. Karen answered him, her pale features composed, but her voice trembling slightly.
Viruses can get into the body from mucus membranes. Nose, ears, eyes. I knew that, but I didn't think about it. I wasn't thinking about it.
She looked up at Rebecca, and David could see that she was struggling to maintain her composure.
If I am infected, how long before I become incapacitated?
Rebecca shook her head.
I don't know.
She said softly. David felt as though a raging blackness had enveloped him, a cloud of fear and worry and guilt so vast that it threatened to overwhelm his ability to move, even to think. My fault. My responsibility.
There's a vaccine, right?
John asked, his dark gaze darting between Karen and Rebecca.
There's a cure. Wouldn't they have a shot or something here if someone got it by accident? They'd have to, wouldn't they?
David felt a sudden surge of desperate hope. Is it possible? He asked Rebecca. The young biochemist nodded, slowly at first, but then eagerly.
Yeah, it's possible. It's probable they created it.
She looked at David seriously, urgently.
If they developed a cure, that's where the information would be.
Rebecca trailed off, and David could see what she'd left unspoken in her troubled gaze. If there was a cure, if Dr. Griffith hadn't taken the information there too, if they could find it in time. Hammond's message, Steve said. In that note, he said we should destroy the lab. Maybe he left us a map or directions. David stood up, his hope building. Karen, are you feeling well enough to...
Yes.
She said, cutting him off, standing up.
Yes, let's go.
Her red eyes were bright with fervent intensity. Despair and wild hope. His heart ached to see. Come on, Karen. I'm so sorry. Double time, he said, already turning for the door. Let's move. They quickly jogged for the front of the building, John's jaw clenched, his thoughts so grimly determined to get his attention.
No way some goddamn buggy will tear him down. No chance. If I find the bastard to set this nightmare up, he's dead. Capital D. Not Karen. No way in hell.
They reached the front door and silently drew their weapons, checking them, tensely impatient for David to give the signal. Karen, always so cool and collected in times of stress, had a shock and vagueness about her, like she'd been kicked in the gut and hadn't yet managed to take a breath. It was the same look that John had seen time and again on the faces of disaster survivors, the haunted disbelief in the eyes, the slack and terrible blankness of expression that spoke of a young emptiness deep inside. It hurt him to see her like that. Hurt him. It made him even angrier. Karen dragged her hands across the look like that. ID. Show him back. Straight line. David said softly. John saw that he looked almost as freaked as Karen, though in a different way. It was guilt gnawing at their captain. He could see it in the tight set of his mouth. John wished he could tell him that doing himself was wrong, but there wasn't time, and he didn't have the right words for it. David would have to take care of himself, just as they all would.
Ready? Go.
David pushed the door open, and then they were slipping through, back into the gentle hiss of waves and the pale blue light of the moon. David, then Karen, Steve, Rebecca, and finally John, crouched and running across the back dirt of the open compound. There was darkness and the scent of pine, or salt, but John's soldier mind wasn't telling him anything he didn't already know as they bounded through the shadows. There was only anger and fear for Karen.
Critical error.
Making the
All
sudden blast of
personnel
M16
must
fire
evacuate
total
the main
surprise.
research hub.
Shit!
John dove for the ground as the thundering rattle opened up to their right, so that they were just over halfway to Block E as he rolled and started to fire. Then the air was filled with the blast of 9mm rounds crashing into the steady pulse of automatic rifles.
Can't see. Can't target.
He found the muzzle flashes at 3 o'clock and jerked the Beretta around, squeezing the trigger 6, 7, 8 times. The stutter of orange-white light blocked the shooters from view, but he saw one of the flashes disappear, heard the clatters of creep, and rage overtook him. Not the soldier mind, but a blinding, screaming fury that seized attackers that far exceeded any he'd ever known. They wanted Karen to die. Those numb, brainless nightmares wanted to stop them from saving her.
Not Karen.
A strange, feral howl beat at his ears as he pushed away from the dusty earth, and then he was standing, running, firing. Only when he heard the shouts of the others, the Berettas except for his holding fire, did he realize that the howl was coming from him. John ran forward, screaming as he fired again and again at the things that meant to slow them up, to kill them, to claim Karen as one of their own. His thoughts were no longer words, just an endless, formless negative, a denial of their existence and what had created them. He charged ahead, not seeing that they had stopped firing, that they were falling, that the shadows had fallen silent except for the thunder of his Beretta and the scream that poured from his sheep. Then he was standing over them, and the gun had stopped crashing and jumping, even though he still pulled the trigger. White where there was no red. Decayed flesh bursts covering the pitiful wasted forms. One of them had a face that was a mass of puckered scar tissue. Twisting white risers.
Fall back! Light it up!
For one fresh, bloody hole.
Watch the left flank. It's huge!
One eye spattered against its withered cheek, pooling viscous fluid in the rotting cup of its ear. The third was still alive. Half of its throat was gone, tattered to a pulp, and its mouth repeatedly opened and closed, soundlessly. Its filmed dark eyes moving slowly up. He was dry firing. Or would have been had he been taking the time to pull the slide back, the scream dying away in his ragged throat. It was the lack of explosions from the gun, the realization that his finger was pulling uselessly against the trigger that finally released him from the rage. That, and the slow, helpless blink of the wretched thing at his feet. It didn't know what it was. It didn't know who they were. Once it had been a man, and now it was rotting garbage with a gun and a mission it couldn't possibly understand. They took his soul. A warm hand on his back. Karen's voice low and easy next to him. Steve and David stepped into view, staring down at the gaping, blinking shell of humanity in the shaded moonlight. The last remnant of an
We have lost contact with Bravo team. The signal is breaking up. Does anyone copy?
Yeah.
Understood. Prepare for immediate departure. We are moving out now.
Yeah, I'm here. David trained his Beretta on the monster's skull and spoke softly. Stand back. John turned away, started walking back for their last destination with Karen at his side, Rebecca's slight form in front of him. The shot seemed incredibly loud, like it had shaken the ground beneath their feet. Not Karen. No, please, not one of us. That's no way to go out. No way to die. Then David and Steve were with them, and without speaking, they broke into a jog for Block E, moving quickly through the emptiness that had claimed the night. The tri-squads were no more, but the disease that made them might even now be coursing through Karen's body, turning her into a creature with no mind, no soul, into a fate worse than death.
Keep moving, don't look back!
Silently swearing.
We're almost there, just a little further.
I can't.
He was going to be awfully goddamn sorry that they did.
There it is.
13.
The entrance to the lab.
The E-block was no different than the first four they'd encountered, as bland and industrial and stale as the rest of them, a study in concrete efficiency. They moved quickly through the stuffy halls, turning on lights as they went, searching for the room that held the final clue to Dr. Emmett's secret. It didn't take long. Almost half of the structure was taken up by an indoor shooting range where David had found boxes of loaded M16 mags, but no rifles to go with them. John had asked if he should retrieve the tri-squad's weapons, which Rebecca promptly vetoed. The rifles were hot, probably crawling with the virus.
Like Karen's blood by now. Streams of replicating virions bursting from cells, switching from new cells to attach to and use. And destroy.
Steve called from farther down the winding corridor, and Rebecca hurried toward him, Karen and John not far behind. David was already standing with Steve by the closed door, the red, green, and blue triangles a sign that they'd hit on the right room. Steve's gaze seemed to seek her out, but was blank of all emotion except worry. She didn't mind, noted it only absently. Karen's infection, John's insane run of the tri-squads. There wasn't room in her for anything but the need to find the lab, to find help for Karen. Steve opened the door and they filed inside, Rebecca continuing to watch Karen closely for signs that the virus had progressed. didn't really have any doubts that Karen had been exposed and knew that no one else did either. But what should she say?
Do I tell her that it might only take hours? Do I pull David aside? If there's a cure, she has to get it before the damage is too great. Before it starts to fry her brain. Before it dumps so much dopamine into her that she stops being Karen Driver and becomes something else.
Rebecca didn't know
This
how to
report
handle
confirms it. They're initiating the final phase tonight.
We have to stop them. If Tyrant awakens, it's over.
To assume anything. She also didn't want to see Karen any more terrified than she already was. The woman was doing her best to control it, and it was obvious that she was on the edge of a breakdown. From the desperation in her blood-red eyes to the growing tremor of her hands, and the tri-squads had almost certainly been injected with much larger amounts than Karen had been exposed to. Maybe she had days.
First symptoms in less than an hour. Don't kid yourself. You have to tell her. To warn her and everyone else of what can happen. Soon.
She pushed the thoughts aside almost frantically, looking around the room they'd entered. It was smaller than the test chambers they'd come across, and emptier. There was a long meeting table pushed to the back, a half-dozen chairs behind it. In the front of the room there was a small shelf coming off the wall, only a few feet long and a foot deep. There were 3 large buttons on the flat surface, varied green and blue. The wall behind the shelf was tiled in large, smooth gray tiles, made from some kind of industrial
This is Bravo
plastic.
6, requesting immediate extraction. We have mass casualties. They are everywhere. We are
With barely
overrun.
a second's hesitation, David walked to the counter and pushed the blue button. And a woman's voice spoke coolly from a hidden speaker above, startling them. It was a recording, the bland tone eerily reminding Rebecca of the final moments at the Spencer estate, a triggering system tape.
Blue series completed. Access reward.
One of the tiles behind the shelf slid away, revealing a dark recess set into the concrete. As David reached into the hidden space, Rebecca felt a surge of frustrated anger and disgust for Umbrella, for what she realized they had done. It was despicable.
All of those tests, all that work, set up to dole out treats to T-virus victims. Get through the red series, good dog, here's your bone. And what was the reward for making it through all the tests? A piece of meat? Drugs to ease their hunger? Maybe a brand new weapon for them to train with? Jesus, did they even understand what they've been doing?
She saw the same curled sneers of horror and disgust on the faces of the others, and saw the same growing dismay as they watched David pull a single tiny item from the recess, what looked like a credit card with a slip of paper stuck to one side. They gathered around him as he held the item up, his dark gaze heavy with an almost manic disappointment. It was a light green key card, the kind used to open electronic doors, blank except for a magnetic strip, and the scrawled words on the small square of paper said, Lighthouse Access, 135 Southwest/East. Handwriting's the same as on Ammon's note, Steve said hopefully. Maybe the lab's in the lighthouse. One way to find out, John said. Let's go. He seemed angry, the same look he wore since their discovery of Karen's exposure to the virus. After watching him charge the tri-squads outside, Rebecca almost hoped that they'd come across Dr. Griffin. John
Is anyone there? They are in the walls.
David nodded,
Help us.
slipping the card into his vest. The fear and guilt that he felt were obvious, came across his features in a constant twitching mask. Right. She nodded, and Rebecca saw that her already pale skin had taken on a waxy tone, as if the top layers were becoming translucent. Even as she watched, Karen started to scratch absently at her arms. She said quietly.
She has to know. She deserves to know.
Rebecca knew it couldn't wait any longer. Choosing her words carefully, aware of their limited time, she turned to Karen and spoke as calmly as she could.
I don't know what they've done with the T-virus here, but there's a chance that we can start to experience more advanced symptoms in a relatively short amount of time. It's important that you tell me, tell all of us how you're doing, physically and psychologically. Any changes at all, we need to know, okay?
Karen smiled weakly, still scratching at her arms.
I'm scared shitless. How's that? I'm starting to itch.
She turned her red eyes to David, then to Steve and John, before looking back at Rebecca.
If I start to act irrationally, you'll do something, won't you? You won't let me hurt anyone.
A single tear slid down her pale cheek, but she didn't look away. Her wet, crimson gaze as firm and strong as it had ever been. Rebecca swallowed, struggling to sound confident and reassured, awed by the bravery she saw in Karen's eyes, and wondering how much longer that bravery would hold up beneath the roar of the tears running through her veins.
We're going to find a cure before it comes to that,
she said. Move out, David said tightly. Moved out. The grounds of the facility were on a definite gentle slant, rising to the north. But as they left the E-block and started for the towering black structure that pervaded the cove, the curving slope became much steeper. The rocky soil angled up sharply, maybe as much as a 30-degree incline, making the half-cliff walk high. David ignored the strain in his back and legs. He was too worried about Karen, and too busy tearing away at his own incompetence to bother with physical discomfort. They were closer to the shimmering waters of the cove.
I don't like this fog.
Climbing out of them.
They won't be able to see us.
Cool whispering
They'll use
breeze
thermal.
off the moonlit surface.
Just keep watching the sky.
Some other night, in some other place. The swaying ripples of soft light and the soothing murmur of waves were almost a mockery of their desperate situation. Such a sharp contrast to the chaos inside of him. Then he found himself almost wishing that there were still tri-squads roaming around. At least then this would feel like the nightmare that it is, and I could do something. I could fight back, defend them against something tangible. Ahead of them, the rising land curled around to the east, dropping away to a foaming sea far below. The cove itself was fairly calm, but the sound of waves smashing against the cliffs grew louder as they hurried on, approaching where the ocean met towering cave-riddled rock walls. John had taken the lead, Karen next, and then the two younger team members. David brought up the rear, dividing his attention between the compound to their left and behind, and the dark structures ahead. Directly in back of the lighthouse was what had to be the dormitory, a long, flat building almost twice the size of the concrete blocks they'd left behind. They hadn't come across quarters for the umbrella workers anywhere else, and it had the look of a bunkhouse, designed for sleeping and eating. No thought given to the aesthetic appeal. They probably should check it out, but David didn't want to waste a moment in their search for the lab. The thought brought on another wave of guilt and angst that he tried unsuccessfully to block out. He needed to be effective, to get them to the laboratory as quickly as possible without floundering in his doubts and emotions, but all he kept thinking, kept wishing, was that he'd been infected instead. But you'll not.
Keep moving, but stay sharp.
Karen's got it, and wishing is pointless. It won't kill
I heard
her,
something upstairs.
It will cloud your abilities to think. David ignored the small voice, thinking instead of how badly he'd screwed them all. Who was he to lead a fight against Umbrella, to clean up the stars and bring honor back to the job? He couldn't even keep his people safe. Couldn't plan a simple covert op. Couldn't even battle the demons of self-doubt and horrified guilt that raged inside of him. They neared the lifeless dorm building, John slowing to let the rest of them catch up. David saw that his team was tired, but at least Karen didn't look any worse. In the gentle light of the swollen moon, she seemed pale and somehow fragile. The deathly pallor she'd worn beneath the fluorescence had translated into a soft porcelain cast, the redness of her gaze turning to shadow. If he hadn't known better. Ah, but you do. How long now before that milky skin starts to peel, to flake away? How long before she can't be trusted with a weapon? Before you have to restrain her from... Stop it! He let them catch their breath, turning to get a better look at the lighthouse less than 20 meters away. He felt his stomach clench, his heart shudder suddenly for no reason that he could have explained. It was outdated building, weathered and dark, and as seemingly deserted as the rest of the house. He experienced the feelings he'd had earlier of impending doom, of options closing down behind them, and the spinning wheel of darkness ahead. John said briskly, but David stopped him with a hand on his arm, shaking his head slowly. Not safe. That tiny voice again, familiar yet strange.
Is somebody there?
He stared at the looming tower, feeling lost, feeling uncertain and out of control as the wind swept over them, the waves pounding the cliff. They were waiting.
God, move! Get back!
Safe. They were just standing there. A clear realization of what had gone wrong in his mind. What was really wrong. It wasn't his competence. It wasn't his ability to think, plan, and fight. It was something far worse. Something he might have noticed much later if he hadn't let himself get so wrapped up with guilt. I stopped trusting my instincts. Without the security of the stars behind me, I forgot to listen to that voice. So terrified of making a mistake that I lost my ability to hear, to know what to do. Every time the fear hit me, I pushed through it. And even as he thought it, as he believed it, he felt the blackness of doubt lift from his exhausted thoughts. The guilt eased back, allowing a kind of clarity to fall. The tiny voice inside was the power he's forgotten it could have. It's not safe, so at the door fast, to and low, the rest high and covered outside. All of this flashed through his mind in seconds. He turned to look at his team, watching him, waiting for him to lead. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he knew that he could. I think it's a trap, he said. Jonah, you and I go in low. I'll take west. Rebecca, and Steve to stand outside the door where you're standing. Keep firing until we go clear. Sorry, Karen. You'll sit this one out. They nodded all around and started for the deep shadows that surrounded the ominous tower. David in front, finally feeling as though he was doing something useful. Maybe that spinning destiny was too vast, moving too quickly for them to deny. But he wasn't going to let it run them over without at least putting up a fight. Karen deserved that much. They all did.
System-wide containment failure. Emergency. Evacuate. Emergency evacuation recommended.
She felt winded and strange. And there was a buzzing in her brain that wouldn't go away. Wouldn't let
Keep moving!
It's collapsing!
Almost there, push it!
It scared her, but somehow it wasn't as bad as it had been. In fact, it wasn't really that scary at all. The initial terror had gone, leaving her with only a memory of the adrenaline rush, like a whiff of a bad dream. The itch was distracting, but not exactly. What had felt like a million bug bites on her skin, distinct and screaming for relief, had connected. It was the only way she could think to describe the sensation. They had connected, had become a fit blanket over her body, as if her skin had come to life and was scratching itself. It was weird, but not exactly unpleasant. Now! At the sound of David's voice, Karen focused on the sudden action in front of her. The buzzing hum in her head making it all seem strange. Sped up somehow.
What have they been doing down here?
The door to the lighthouse crashing open. David and John leaping into the blackness, flashing and booming. The high white light 16 inside. Steve and Rebecca ducking and firing out and in and out again. Their bodies blurred by the speed. Their breaths dancing like metal birds. It was happening so fast that it seemed to take a long time for it to stop. Karen frowned, wondering how that would be, and saw David and John step back out into the blue light of the moon, and realized that she was happy to see them, even with their strange, distorted faces. Their long bodies that moved too quickly. Karen shook her head. afraid that David and John and Steve and Rebecca would they'd be behind. She wouldn't have been able to ease her mind. That was bad. David was in front of her, staring at her with eyes like wet, dark cherries. Karen, are you alright? At the look on his round and pointed face, and the sound of softness in his voice, Karen felt happy again, and knew that she had to tell him the truth. With a tremendous effort, she found the strength to say what had to be said, her voice coming out of the crawling body, and the buzzing sounding as strange to her as the wind.
Research logs describe the tyrant as the ultimate biological weapon.
Don't be real.
John and Rebecca, their hot hands touching her, leading her away into the darkness of the open door. Her body worked, but her mind was clouded by the trembling, buzzing hum. There were things she wanted to tell them, things that drifted through the clouds like flashes of pretty pictures. The building they moved her to was dark and hot. His face she could see. His face wasn't strange. It was white and curly.
I'm coming, hang on.
Textured like the
We need to get out of here now.
It was a face that made sense. I got the door, Steve said, looking up and grinning white teeth. 1355. There was a keypad next to the stairs leading down. And Steve's teeth disappeared, his flat face wrinkling. Karen?
You have to hurry. Hang on, baby, hang on. We'll be there soon.
Karen let them help her, wondering why their faces looked so strange, wondering why they smelled so hot and good. Chapter 14. Athens. Dr. Griffith stared at the blinking white light by the door, cursing Athens, cursing Lyle Hammond, cursing his luck. He hadn't told Athens how to get back inside, which could only mean that the intruders had made it him. Hammond had left them a message or sent them one. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that they were coming, and he had to assume that they had the key. He'd torn down the markers weeks ago, but perhaps they had directions. Perhaps they'd find him. And... Don't panic. No need for panic. You've prepared for this. Simply move on. Next plan. Division first. Twofold effect. Less firepower. Bait for later. And a chance to see how well Alan can perform. Griffith turned to Dr. Kinnison and spoke quickly, keeping the instructions clear and simple. The route as easy as possible. Questions they probably would ask, though he knew there was a chance they'd try for more information. He gave Alan several random phrases to respond, then gave him the small semi-automatic pistol from Dr. Chin's desk drawer, watching as Alan tucked it beneath his lab coat to make sure it was hidden. The bullet carrier was empty, but he didn't think it was possible to tell, not with the hammer pulled back. He also gave Alan his key, a risk, but then the entire scenario was a risk. With the fate of the world resting in his hands, he'd take any chance necessary. After Alan was gone, Griffith sat down in a chair to wait for a week. His gaze wandering to the 6 stainless canisters in restless anticipation. His plans wouldn't fail. The righteousness of his work would see him through this invasion. If Alan was caught out, there was still the MI7s. There was still Lewis. There were still the syringes and his hiding place. The area was an easy reach. Past all of that, there was still the sunrise. Waiting. Dr. Griffith smiled dreamily. Karen could still walk. Still seemed to understand at least part of what they were saying to her. But the few words she could manage didn't seem to relate to anything. As they'd gone down the stairs from the lighthouse, she'd said hot twice. As they'd walked into the wide, dark tunnel at the base of the steps, she'd said, I don't want an expression of fear on her deathly pale, searching face. Rebecca was terrified that even if they found a way to reverse the viral load, it had all happened so suddenly, so fast that she could still hardly comprehend it. There had been a man waiting for them in the darkness of the lighthouse, a trap just as David intuited. As soon as they'd gone in, he'd opened fire with an automatic rifle, strafing the door from the shadows beneath the winding metal stairs. Thanks to David's plan, for seconds, as Steve had discovered an access door and punched in the code, Rebecca and John looked over their waiting attacker. They'd seen in the narrow beam of John's flashlight that the man had been infected. His paper-white skin was flaking the crease that still appeared at its lines. He'd looked somehow different from the Tri-Squad victims she'd seen, less decayed, his open, staring eyes somehow more human. But then David had gone to get Karen, and Rebecca's interest had been suddenly and cruelly diverted. It had been the walk up the hill, she'd decided. She couldn't imagine what else might have brought on the amplification so quickly. Somehow the T-virus must have responded to the physiological changes of Karen's increased heart rate and circulation. But as they led the confused and stumbling woman into the lighthouse, Rebecca had found that she'd stopped caring about how. All she wanted to do was get to the lab, to try and salvage what was left of Karen Driver's sanity. The tunnel beneath the lighthouse seemed to lead back toward the compound in a curving, twisting trail, and was carved from the heavy limestone of the cliff. Mighty lights were strung along the walls, casting strange shadows as they moved, silent and grimly afraid. John and Steve half pulling Karen between them. Rebecca was last, again feeling a horrible sense of deja vu as they stumbled along, remembering the tunnels beneath the Spencer estate. The same cold damp emanated from the stone, and she felt the same terrible feelings of moving toward unknown danger, exhausted and afraid of screwing up, of not being able to prevent a disaster.
The disaster has already begun.
She thought helplessly, watching Karen struggle to keep walking.
We're losing her. In another hour, probably less, she'll be too far gone to ever come back.
As it was, John and Steve shouldn't be touching her. In a single, easy movement, she could get at least one of them, even before they had a chance to let go. Even that concept made her sick with sorrow and an aching, heavy feeling of loss.
Keep moving! Don't look back!
The tunnel veered left, and Rebecca realized
they're too close.
Incredibly close.
We have to make a
ocean.
stand.
The walls seemed to tremble and shake from the muted thunder beyond, and the tunnel was thick with a fishy smell. Parts of the floor seemed to be too smooth to have been created by human hands. Rebecca wondered vaguely if the tunnel opened up ahead somewhere. Perhaps had once been flooded by the sea.
Bloody hell.
David whispered angrily.
Shit.
Rebecca looked up, and when she saw what was ahead, she felt her last flicker of hope for Karen dying.
We'll never find another time.
The tunnel did open up, a few hundred meters ahead of where David had stopped. It widened considerably, in fact, and was connected by 5 smaller tunnels, each branching off in a slightly different direction.
Which way is southwest?
John asked anxiously. Karen leaned against him, her head moving forward. David's voice was still angry, frustration raising his words to an echo that bounced through the 5 stone corridors and circling back to fill the cavern.
I don't know. I thought we were already headed southwest. And none had directly east either.
They moved into the rough-hewn cavern, staring helplessly at the smooth tunnels, each of them strung with lights that disappeared around turns and bends. They had obviously been carved by water, perhaps had once been connected to the sea caves that David had originally meant for them to find. The tunnels weren't as wide as the one they stood in, but were wide enough to accommodate human passage comfortably enough, and at least 3 meters high. There was no way to guess which one was used to get to the lab.
Or if any of them went to the lab. We don't even know for certain that it's down here.
If none of them goes east, then we have to pick the one that looks the most likely to go southwest, Steve said quietly. Besides, east of here is water. Karen mumbled something unintelligible, and Rebecca stepped forward worriedly to see how she was. Though John and Steve still steadied her, she seemed to have no trouble standing on her own. Rebecca touched her clammy, sweating forehead, and Karen's rolling eyes fixed on her, glassy and circle, coming from everywhere at once. And then Rebecca saw it, appearing from around a corner in the passage second from the right, a stumbling figure, a flapping, dusty raincoat. And then he saw them, and even from 15 meters away, Rebecca could see the stunned and almost hysterical joy that swept across his face. The man ran for them, his short brown hair wild and disheveled, his eyes bright and lips trembling. He wasn't holding any kind of weapon, though Rebecca kept hers raised. Oh, thank God! Thank God! You have to help me. Dr. Thurman, he's gone mad. We have to get out of here. He staggered out of the tunnel and nearly ran into David, apparently oblivious to the pistols trained on him as he babbled on. We have to go. There's a boat we can use. We have to get out of here before he kills us all. David shot a glance back, saw that Rebecca and John still had him covered. He tucked his Beretta into his thigh holster and stepped forward, taking the man's arm. Easy, calm down. Who are you? You work here. Alan Kinnison, the man gasped. Thurman kept me locked in the lab, but he heard you coming and I managed to get away. But he's crazy. You have to help me get to the boat. There's a radio. We can call for help. Which way is the laboratory? David asked quickly. Kinnison didn't seem to hear, too panicked by whatever he thought Thurman might do to him. The radio's on the boat. We can call for help and then get away. The laboratory, David repeated. Listen to me. Did you just come from there? Kinnison turned and pointed to the tunnel that was next to the one he'd come from, the one in the middle. The lab is that way. He pointed back the way he'd come. And the boat's down there. These caves are like a maze. Though he seemed to have calmed slightly as he pointed to the tunnels, when he turned back to face them, he looked as hysterical as he had before. He seemed to be in his mid-30s at first glance, but David noticed he had deep lines edged at the corners of his eyes and mouth, and realized he had to be much older. Whoever he was, and however old he was caught in the grips of an almost mindless panic. The radio's on the boat. We can call for help and then get away. David's thoughts raced in time with his pounding heart. This was it. This was their chance. Give us the cure, and then get out of this place before anyone else gets hurt. He turned to look at the others, and saw the same hopeful look that he knew he wore. John and Steve both nodded sharply. Rebecca didn't look as enthused. She jerked her head back, motioning for David to move out of Kinnison's earshot. Excuse us a moment, David said, forcing a politeness that he didn't feel. Kinnison was one of the researchers from Trent's list. We have to hurry, the man babbled. He didn't follow as David stepped back toward the talk. They are resting against him. Rebecca's voice was hushed and worried.
David, we can't take Karen to the lab if Griffith, if Thurman is there. What if we have to fight?
John nodded. David frowned, thinking. Steve was a better shot, but John was stronger. If they had to force Thurman to give them the T-virus cure, John could probably intimidate him more easily. We split up. Steve, take care of the lab. We'll go to the lab. We need that. Agreed? Tight nods all around, and then David turned, addressing Kinnison. We need to go to the laboratory, but our friend Karen is as well. We'd like for you to take her and escort to a boat and wait for us. Kinnison's eyes seemed to blank out for just a second. The strange figure there across. We have to hurry, he said quickly. He appeared from walking at a brisk pace. David felt a sudden worry, staring at Kinnison's rapidly receding back, his dirty lab coat floating out behind him. He didn't even ask who we are. As Steve and Karen started to enter the tunnel, David
Found
touched
it.
Steve's arm, speaking softly.
The access route is here.
Watch him carefully, Steve. We'll be there as soon as we can. Steve nodded and moved off after the strange Dr. Kinnison, Karen stumbling along next to him. John and Rebecca were already standing in front of the middle passageway, weapons still in hand. The chamber shook as outside a muffled throat forward. Without speaking, the three of them started down the gloomy tunnel in a tired but determined jog, ready to face the human monster behind them any Steve realized that he couldn't hear Kinnison's footsteps anymore. He staggered around the corner, thinking that he should call for him to wait up, not to get too far ahead. And he stopped cold, his gut plummeting to somewhere around his knees. Kinnison stood 2 meters away, holding a small semi-automatic, his face and eyes as strangely blank and lifeless as a mannequin's. He stepped forward quickly and reached for Steve's gun, jerking the bullet out of its holster and stepping back. The flat-eyed doctor moved to one side, now holding both weapons on them as he motioned for Steve to move. Steve held on to Karen's side, fumbling through his thoughts for ways to stall, to reason with Kinnison, his body tensing to spring even as his brain screamed at him to go along, not to get shot. What happened to Karen? You will come to the lab, Kinnison said tonelessly, or I'll kill you. It was the inflection of his voice in the computer coming through the blank and merciless face of a man who suddenly couldn't see anything. We know what you did here, Steve spat. We know all about your goddamn tri-squads. We know about the T-virus, and if you want to get out of this without me, you will come to the lab. Steve felt a helpless shudder run through his body. His gaze was fixed and motionless as his voice. Steve noticed the lines, deep spidering lines that swept away from his cold brown eyes, sat at the corners of his slack and expressionless lips. Oh my God. You will come to the lab or I'll kill you, he repeated, and this time he raised both weapons.
Hurry, we need to get out of here. Keep moving.
Steve knew she was dying, knew that there was a good chance she'd lose against the virus and become a violent, insane creature before the night was through. But I have to protect her for as long as I can. If I sacrificed her to save myself, there was a good chance that she could be killed. Steve wouldn't, couldn't do it, even for his son.
Move! Get inside now! We need medical assistance at the gate. Close those doors!
If the intruders had done what they were supposed to back to the lab. If Alan had failed, he'd at least have stalled the intruders long enough to keep them out in the open. Either way, it was time. Griffith tapped the control panel for the MA7 enclosure, thinking wistfully how much fun it would be to see the looks on their faces. The red light flashed, signifying that the gate was ready. No matter, he supposed, so long as they die. Chapter 15. The winding tunnel seemed to go on forever. Every time they rounded a turn, Rebecca expected to see a sealed door, a slot next to it for the key card that David carried. As the corners continued, the hanging lights going on for another stretch of tunnel, each as empty and featureless as the stretch before. She stopped wishing for the door. A sign would suffice, an arrow painted on the wall, a chalk mark, anything that would put to rest her growing suspicion that they'd been misled.
Lied to by an umbrella scientist? Perish the thought.
Tired sarcasm aside, Kinnison had been weird, but had definitely seemed frightened to the point of hysteria. Could he have been confused in his panic, pointed to the wrong passage? Or was the lab just better hidden than they thought?
Or did he send us off on a snipe hunt? Some dead-end cave, or even a trap? Something dangerous meant to keep us out of the way while he...
Well, he did something to Steve and Karen. The thought frightened her even more than the concept of walking into a trap. Karen was desperately ill, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. And Steve...
No, Steve's okay. He'd be able to take Kinnison and me.
Except that Karen was with him. A very sick Karen, struggling just to stay upright. Their jaw had soared to a shag. David and John both breathing heavily, frowns deepening across their exhausted faces. David held my hand, stopping them. I don't think it's this way, he panted. We should have seen something by now. A piece of paper, the keycard, said southwest, east, I'm not sure. But I think after that last turn, we're headed west. John bobbed his head, his short, tight hair glistening with sweat.
I don't know which way we're going, but I know this Kinson's full of shit. Guy works for Umbrella, for Christ's sake.
I agree.
Rebecca said, breathing deeply.
I think we should go back. We have to get to the lab soon.
The bloodline must continue.
Staring at each other. From somewhere farther down the endless tunnel, something made of heavy metal had just been moved.
The lab?
Rebecca said hopefully.
Could it?
A low, strange sound cut her off, the words dying in her throat as the noise picked up strength. It was like nothing she'd ever heard before. A dog howling, combined with an off-key whistling whine and the sound of a newborn baby's desperate cry. It was a lonely, terrible sound, rising and falling from the tunnel, finally building to a warbling, mournful shriek. Then it was joined by several others. She was suddenly absolutely certain that she didn't want to see who was making that sound, even as David started backing up, his face pale and eyes wide. "Run," he said, training his Beretta on the empty passage ahead of them, waiting until they had stumbled past before turning to follow. Rebecca felt a burst of incredible energy as adrenaline gushed into her body, sent her sprinting through the shadowy tunnel to escape the rising shrieks of whatever was behind them. John was just in front of her, his muscular arms and legs pumping madly, and she could hear the clattering steps of David on her heels. The howls were getting louder, and Rebecca could feel the stone vibrate beneath her flying feet, the heavy galloping steps of the shrieking beast thundering after them.
Not gonna make it.
Even as she realized they'd be overtaken, she heard David gasp out. "Next turn!" As they reached the end of the empty stretch where the tunnel curved again, Rebecca whirled around, raising her Beretta in her sweating, shaking hand, training it back on the last turn they'd taken. John and David flanked her, gasping, 9mm aimed alongside hers. 20 meters of empty passage filled with the now deafening cries of their unseen pursuers. As the first of them tore into view, all three of them fired, slugs ripping into the creature that at first Rebecca thought was a lioness, then a giant lizard, then a dog. She caught only a mad patchwork vision of the impossible thing, seeing parts of it that her mind fit into a whole. The slitted cat-like pupils, the giant snake head, a gaping sliver jaw filled with latent teeth, a squat and powerful barrel-chested body, sand-colored, thick legs bowing in the front, muscular springing haunches propelled it toward them at an incredible speed. And even as the bullets found its strange reptilian flesh, there was another behind it. And the first explosive rounds that smacked into the thick body of the beast as she knocked it off its feet, staggering back, and shaking its head, screaming and ferocious. It launched itself at them again.
Oh shit.
Rebecca's teeth jumped 4, 5, 6, screaming as loudly as the two monstrous animals that ran at them. 8, 9, 10. And the first went down, stayed down, but there was still a second, and now a third tearing down the tunnel. And the Beretta only held 15 rounds.
We're gonna die.
David jumped back behind the line of thundering fire, an empty clip scattered across the floor. The Beretta triggered smoothly in his right-hand hand. Rebecca counted her last round and jumped back, praying that she could do it as fast as David, and saw that the third animal was stumbling back, its wide chest gushing thin streamers of red. It collapsed into the puddle of watery fluid it created, and stayed there. Nothing in the tunnel moved, but there were at least two more around the corner. Their wailing cries continued to wax and wane through the tunnel, but they stayed back, out of sight. As if they knew what had happened to their siblings and were too smart to charge into waiting death. "Fall back," David said hoarsely, and still aiming at the blind corner. They started to edge backward, the shrieks of the legged creatures rolling over them in lonely, terrible waves. Griffith moved quickly away from the door when he heard the key in the lock, not wanting to be too close to whomever Alan had brought along. He had Thurman already standing ready, just in case there were any sudden moves, but when he saw the young man and his passive partner step into the lab, he doubted he'd have any trouble. "What's this? A few too many drinks, perhaps an unseen mortal wound?" Griffith smiled, waiting for him to speak or for the woman to move,
Behind him, Alan sealed the door.
Follow the light.
Holding 2 pistols on
You
the
seem
unlikely
strained,
pair.
Rebecca.
I'm just tired.
The young man
When can I
gazed
leave?
wide-eyed around the laboratory, his dark gaze settling on the wide airlock window in something like awe. The woman's head was down, rolling across her chest. He had the deep natural tan of a Hispanic, or perhaps someone from India. Not too tall, but sturdy enough. Yes, he'd do quite nicely. And since this might even have been the one to destroy Athens, there was a certain poetic justice being served. The young man's darting gaze finally rested on Griffith, curious and not altogether as frightened as Griffith would have liked. We'll see about that. Where are we? The young man asked
Keep moving
quietly.
Did you hear that?
Research
We need to be careful.
Approximately 20 meters below the surface of Caliban Cove, Griffith said. Interesting, yes. Those clever designers even built it inside of the shipwreck. Or they built the shipwreck around the lab. I forget exactly. Are you Thurman? Such manners. Griffith smiled again, shaking his head. No, that fat, hopeless creature standing to your left is Dr. Thurman. I am Nicholas Griffith, and you might be. Before the young man could speak, the woman rolled her head up, a wobbling white face looking around in fixed, hopeless hunger. An infected one. Thurman, take the woman and hold her, Griffith said quickly. He couldn't have her damaging the fine specimen Alan had managed to catch. But as Thurman grabbed for the female, the young man resisted, pushing at Lewis fast with angry hands and sneering bravado on his face. Griffith felt a pulse of distress. Alan, hit him! Dr. Kinnison brought his hand up quickly, cracking the struggling youth a smart blow across the back of his skull. He stopped fighting just long enough for She's gone, Griffith said forcefully, wondering why on earth anyone would want to hang on to one of his toes. Look at her. Can't you see she's not human anymore? She's one of Birkin's puppets. One of the pathetically altered hungry, a zombie, a tri-squad unit without training. Even as Griffith spoke, a fascinating turn of events took place. The woman squirmed around in Thurman's grasp, and with one quick movement darted forward and bit into Lewis's face. She pulled back with a thick, bloody mouthful of his cheek and started to chew enthusiastically. Karen! Oh my god, no! For as upset as he sounded, the young man didn't move to do anything about it. For that matter, neither did Lewis. The doctor stood, blood pouring down his face, watching the T-virus draw a lustful small piece of tender flesh. Griffith was transfixed. Look at that, he said softly. Not a grimace of pain, not a flutter of emotion.
System-wide containment failure.
Smile.
Please evacuate the area
Thurman
immediately.
grinned, even as the woman lunged forward again, managing to snag his protruding lower lip. With a wet, tearing sound, the lip ripped away, exposing an even wider grin. Blood gushed, chewed. Amazing. Absolutely breathtaking. The young man was quivering, his deep tan undershot with a sickly pallor. He didn't seem to appreciate what he was seeing, and Griffith realized that he probably wouldn't. The woman must have been a friend. Too bad. Pearls before swine. Alan, take hold of our young man and hold him tightly. The youth didn't struggle, too absorbed in the apparent horror that he was experiencing. The female got another piece of cheek, and Lewis's smile wavered, probably from muscle trauma. As much as Griffith wanted to continue watching, there was work to be done. The young man's other friends might manage to put down the enemy settings, and if they succeeded with that, they might come looking for their bright young man. But by then, it'd be my bright young man. Griffith walked to a counter and picked up a measured syringe, tapping the side of it with one finger. He turned to the silent guest, wondering if he should reveal his brilliant scheme for catching his friends. Wasn't that what villains always did in movies? He considered it only briefly, then decided against it. He
He'd always thought it a foolish plot point. It was far from villainous. It was they who had invaded his sanctuary, threatening his creating worldwide peace. There was no question who the evildoers were in this story. The young Hispanic was still watching the bizarre luncheon, his mouth literally hanging open in dismay. Karen, as the young man had called her, was swallowing Thurman's nose and making quite a mess. He'd have to dispose of her before Lewis's arms gave out, though that gave him plenty of time. Stepping forward quickly, Griffith jabbed the needle into the young man's arm. Only then did he struggle, his shocked gaze turning to Griffith, his body twisting and flailing. One of Alan's arms seemed to give a little, but he had a good, tight hold on the fighting Hispanic. Griffith smiled into his face, shaking his head. "Relax," he said slowly. "In just a few moments, you won't feel a thing." Slowly. Too slowly. They backed toward the chamber they'd started in, the lizard creatures following, careful not to step into view, screaming their terrors. John kept thinking of Karen and Steve, led off to God knew where by the umbrella dock, and wished desperately that the monsters would just charge. He felt the moments slipping by, moments that may have already cost Karen her only chance, moments in which Steve may be fighting for his life. "Come on, you stupid bastards, we're right here. Free lunch, come on." They'd tried yelling, tried firing and stamping their feet, but the creatures wouldn't take the bait. Once David had tried to fake them out, the three of them slipping back around a corner. And when the big lizards had skulked through the tunnel after them, they jumped back around and started blasting. John got a single round into one of them, and they'd seen that there were only two of the beast left. They both had gotten to cover before any serious damage had been done, and hadn't fallen for the ploy again. "Sly bastards," John snarled for about the 20th time, backing up as quickly as he could. "The hell are they waiting for?" Neither Rebecca nor David answered, since they'd already discussed it, talking over the creeping shrieks of the stalking monsters. They were waiting for the three of them to turn around. After what felt like an eternity of slow motion, of backing through the empty tunnel one sliding step at a time, they heard the distant familiar sound of the cavernous chamber they'd left, muffled waves and thundering vibrations as background to the echoing hounds. "Thank God, how long? 15? 20 minutes? When we get into the open, flank the tunnel," David said tightly. "I'm going to turn and run. Draw them out." Rebecca shook her head, her young features pinched with worry.
You're a better shot than I am, and I can run faster. I should do it.
John shot a glance at David, who could see him struggling with the decision, and finally he nodded, sighing. "Right. Run as fast as you can back to the stairs to the lighthouse. Pick them off as soon as the two funnel them to turn around." Rebecca blew out sharply.
Got it. Just say when.
John could feel the change in the air just behind him, the drafts that swirled around the underground chamber fluttering against the back of his neck. Another step, and was surrounded by open space. John quickly sidestepped, standing between the tunnel they'd just backed out of and the one next to it. He saw David get into position, Rebecca standing perfectly still in the mouth of the passage. "Go!" Rebecca spun and ran, sprinting away. John tensed, Beretta held close to his face, listening for the rising shrieks, the pound of feet.
Keep the light steady.
Did you hear that?
David shouted, and they both swung into the passage.
We need to move faster.
The howling monsters were less than 6 meters away, and the heavy rounds smashed into them, great bloody holes exploding through their rubbery skin, bone and watery red splattering wildly. The shrieks died beneath the thundering bullets, neither of the reptilian things making it as far as the opening. Two strange bodies fell still, crumpling to the stone floor in ragged heaps. As soon as they stopped firing, Rebecca came jogging back into the chamber, her cheeks flushed, her eyes flashing with urgency. "Let's go," David said, and then the three of them were running into the passage that Kinnison had disappeared into, the lost time lending a desperation to their flight. John finally let the fear slip inside, giving up the angry frustration he'd suffered through that backward crawl. "Karen, please be okay. Please don't let anything have happened to her. Lopez." The tunnel turned, angled down, and the three of them curving with it, terror for their friends and teammates driving them faster.
John swore to himself that if they were all right, if there was still time for Karen, if they could all make it out of this alive, he'd give anything. My car, my house, my money. I won't screw anyone else until I get married. I'll clean up my act and walk the straight and narrow.
It wasn't enough, and he didn't know why anyone would want it, but he'd sacrifice anything, do whatever it took. The passage swerved again, still sliding down, and they tore around the corner. And there was a wide open set of doors, a tiny passage between the outer and inner, and a giant dimly lit room behind it. Steve leaned against the frame, holding his Beretta, his face pale and blank.
Steve, what happened? What?
David started, but the look on Steve's face as he turned to watch them approach, the terrible emptiness there made them all stop in their tracks. Even as his mind searched to deny it, John's heart filled with a horrible aching loss. Steve said softly, and turned and walked into the room. Chapter 16. Rebecca felt a welling rush of sadness inside as she stared after Steve. John and David both grim and silent beside her. The blank shock on Steve's face before he turned away told them what must have happened.
Poor Karen. And Steve. What it must have been like.
They'd found the lab too late. She glanced down at the key card slot next to the door as she stepped into the double seal, feeling a horrible sense of futility and the pointlessness of it all. They'd come to find information, only to find tests, only for Karen to get infected, and then turn against Steve even as they'd breached the one chance they might have had to cure her.
But Kennison,
She stepped through the second door, frowning. The lab was huge, counters lined with equipment, desks piled incredibly high with stacks of paper. But it was the open hatch across from them that first commanded her attention, her gaze immediately drawn to the thick sheet of plexi or reinforced glass set into the thick door. It was an airlock, the inner door standing open. And behind the second sealed door, past a mesh gate, the dark waters of the ocean swirled past, bubbles floating high. The laboratory was in water. The second thing she noticed was the blood, a thick trail of crimson leading across the concrete floor in splatters and pools, but ending in a sliding smear. Steve must have been her body. Steve had walked to the airlock and turned, seemed to be waiting for them to cross the room. Rebecca started toward him, her throat tight with sympathy and swelling tears. John and David were right behind them. When behind them the door backed into the passage slammed shut, they spun around, saw Kinnison standing there, holding a tiny semi-automatic, a .22 pistol, pointing it at them with no expression on his face. Dropped his weapons. The low, quiet voice was Steve's. Rebecca turned again, confused, and saw Steve pointing his Beretta at them, his face as blank as Kinnison's. Now that she was close enough to the airlock, she saw the body on the grating floor. It was Karen, her white face streaked with blood, a gaping blackness where her left eye had been.
oh my god. What's going on?
David stepped toward him, holding his Beretta loosely, confusion and disbelief in his voice.
Steve, what are you doing? What's happened?
Drop your weapons, Steve said again. His voice had no emotion at all.
What did you do to him?
John screamed, turned and fired at Kinnison, the round punching neatly through his left temple. Kinnison crumpled, sagging. The second shot came from Steve Beretta, hitting John in the lower back. Blood gushed from the hole as he staggered halfway around.
Critical
Rebecca saw the
damage.
dark fluid
System
trickling from his
failure.
mouth,
Meltdown
the
imminent.
dazed disbelief
Please
in his
evacuate
eyes.
immediately.
And John crashed to the cement, spasming once before he lay motionless. It had all happened in the space of a few seconds. Drop your weapons, Steve said calmly. He aimed his pistol at Rebecca. For a moment, Rebecca could do nothing at all. She stared at Steve in horror, felt tears slipping down her frozen cheeks, unable to comprehend what had happened. David said quietly, letting his gun slip from his fingers and clatter to the floor. Rebecca dropped the Beretta, the heavy weapon falling from her equally heavy fingers. "Back up," Steve said, still aiming at her chest.
"Do as he says,"
David said, his voice trembling just slightly. They stepped back slowly, Rebecca unable to take her eyes from Steve's face, the handsome, boyish face she'd grown to care about. Now it was only a mask worn by a... They backed into a desk and stopped, watching dully as Steve moved to pick up their weapons, Rebecca's mind whirling with more than just horror and loss. A zombie that could walk and talk like a man, like Kinnison, like Steve.
How? When did this happen?
As Steve stepped away, an almost pleasant male voice came out of the corner of the room from behind a desk.
"All finished then? My God, what a Greek tragedy."
The voice was followed by an appearance. A slender, gray-haired man stood up and walked around the desk, moving almost casually to stand by Steve. He was in his late 50s, his hair long enough to brush at the collar of his lab coat, his lined face sporting a devious smile.
"I'll repeat my instructions for the benefit of our guests,"
the man said happily.
"If either of them make any sudden moves, shoot them."
Rebecca knew who he was immediately, knew that she hadn't been wrong after all.
Dr. Griffith,
she said quietly. Griffith arched an eyebrow, seeming amused.
"My reputation precedes me. How did you know?"
I've heard about you.
She said coldly.
Or Nicholas Dunn, anyway.
His smile froze, then widened again.
"All in the past,"
he said dismissively, waving one hand in the air.
"And you'll never have a chance to tell anyone about the pleasure of our acquaintance, I'm afraid."
Griffith's smile faded, his dark blue gaze turning icy.
"You people have held me up long enough. I'm tired of this game, so I believe that I'm going to have your nice young man kill you."
He brightened suddenly, and Rebecca saw the madness flashing in those eyes, the complete break from sanity.
"Now that I think of it, why create even more of a mess? Steve, tell our friends to get into the airlock, if you would be so kind."
Steve kept his weapon trained at her heart. "Get into the airlock," he said. Before David could take a step, Rebecca started talking fast and deadly serious.
Was it the T-virus? Did you use that as a platform for whatever this is? I know you were responsible for increasing the amplification time, but this is something new. This is something that Umbrella doesn't even know about. It's a mutagen with
This is S.T.A.R.S. Bravo, requesting immediate extraction from the helipad.
Griffith's eyes
Do you copy?
widened.
We have the target.
Steve, wait. What do you know about membrane fusion, little girl?
I know that you've perfected it. I know that you managed to create a rapid fuse virion that apparently infects the brain tissue in under an hour.
In under 10 minutes.
Griffith said, his whole demeanor changing from that of a smiling old man to that of a fanatic, his gaze narrowing with a dangerously brilliant intensity, his lips drawing tight over his clenched teeth.
These stupid animals with their ridiculous T-virus. Burton may have mind, but the rest of them are fools, playing with war games while I've created a miracle.
He turned, gesturing at a row of shining oxygen tanks next to the lab's entrance.
Do you know what that is? Do you know what I've managed to synthesize? Peace. Peace and the freedom from choice for all of mankind.
David felt his heart start to pound viciously, his entire body breaking out in a cold sweat. Griffith was pacing in front of them now, his eyes burning with mad genius.
There's enough of my strain, of my creation in those tanks to infect 1 billion people in less than 24 hours. I've managed to find the answer to the pitiful, selfish, and self-important breed that the human race has become. When I give my gift to the wind, the world will become free again. It will be reborn, a simple and beautiful place for every creature, great and small, surviving on instinct alone.
You're insane.
David breathed, knowing that Griffith could kill them, was going to kill them, but unable to stop himself from saying it. You're out of your bloody mind. This is why my team is dead. Why all those people are dead. He wants to turn the world into things like Kinnison, like Steve.
Griffith snarled at him, flecks of spittle flying from his lips.
And you're dead. You're not going to be here when my miracle graces this earth. I deprive you of my gift. Both of you. When the sun comes up tomorrow, there will be peace, and neither of you will ever know a second of it.
He whirled around, pointing at Steve.
Put them in the airlock, now.
Steve raised the Beretta again, motioning toward the opened hatch where Karen's lifeless body lay slumped and bloody on the floor.
He's out of reach. Can't grab the weapon in time. Steve, now. Kill them if they won't go.
David and Rebecca stepped into the lock, David's body cold, tensed. He had to do something, or the world would be infected by this maniac's psychotic dream. Steve slammed the lock closed. They were trapped. Chapter 17. Griffith was furious, shaking with anger as the airlock door slammed closed. Didn't they see? Didn't they understand anything but their own petty, stupid lives? He stared at the young Steve, the rage spilling out, threatening to drive him insane, to make him vomit, to kill.
Put that gun in your ugly face and pull the trigger. Die, die, just die!
Steve raised the weapon. Rebecca screamed, beating her fists helplessly against the thick metal door.
No, 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 no! Eyes peeled, team.
The
Keep it
thunder
quiet.
of the shot cut her scream off.
Copy that.
Steve fell
Moving
against
up
the base
slowly.
of the hatch, mercifully out of sight.
Already dead. He was already dead. It wasn't Steve anymore.
Jesus. David whispered. Rebecca looked up, looked straight into Griffith's wildly petulant gaze through the window. And Griffith smiled suddenly, a beaming, triumphant grin of accomplishment and malicious spite. The raging loss and terror she felt were transformed by the sight of that smile. Rebecca stared into those raving blue eyes and realized that she'd never truly felt hate before.
Oh, you miserable bastard.
He'd told them of his plan, but at that second, the thought was too big for her to fathom, too vast and insane for her to fit in her mind. All she could think of was that he killed Karen. But she wanted nothing more than to destroy him, to see him lose, to see him suffer and feel pain
And if we don't do something, his madness will be fully realized and we have to stop it. To stop him from dancing on the grave of the world.
Griffith moved to a control panel next to the door and started to press buttons, still smiling. There was a heavy clanking from the grated floor, and water started to gurgle in, drawn from the icy black waters of the cove that pressed against the outer hatch. The airlock was just big enough for her and David not to have to stand on Karen's bloody, twisted body, and already the water was turning red, foaming up from where the seam fountain lapping at their feet, covering Karen's white fingers.
A minute, maybe less.
In the lab, Griffith was leaning against the desk across from them, arms folded smugly, watching. Behind him, a backdrop of death. Kinnison and John, and the gleaming steel cylinders filled with Griffith's evil.
We have to do something.
Rebecca turned desperate, praying that he had some brilliant plan, and saw only resignation and sorrow in his eyes as he stared down at Karen's corpse, his shoulders slumped with defeat.
David.
He looked up at her bleakly, hopelessly. Karen's hands were already floating, tendrils of short blonde hair haloing around her pitiful face. Rebecca grabbed at the latch of the door uselessly, felt its unmoving strength, sealed by Griffith's controls. Cold water seeped through the canvas of her shoes, over her ankles. The rising smells of salt and darkness were frightening her as badly as David's hopelessness was. If I hadn't been so selfish. roughly, shouting.
Okay, fine. You're an asshole. But if Griffith releases that virus, millions of people are going to die.
For a second, she didn't think he'd heard her, and she felt the water rising, inching up her calves, her heart pounding wildly. And then his dark eyes sharpened, losing their glassy sheen. He looked quickly around the tight compartment, and she could see his mind working, see the sharp gaze taking in all of the details. Steel, watertight hatches, a mesh enclosure over the outer door. Like a thin shark cage, 2 feet deep, cold water bubbling over her knees now, Karen's arms and head lifting, floating. Doors of steel, windows 2 inches of plexi. Once the outer hatch pops, there's the cage. He looked into her eyes, his own filled with frustrated anger, with shock and apology, and shook his head. She dropped her hands, her body starting to shiver from the cold, her thoughts delving into black despair. David sloshed closer and put his arms around her. Just your luck to meet me, he said softly, rubbing her upper arms as her teeth started to chatter, as the water swirled up around her hips, as Karen's lifeless hand brushed her leg.
Karen.
Rebecca's heart seemed to stop in her beat. David held her tightly, wishing a million things, knowing that it was too late for any of them. He glanced into the lab and saw that Griffith was still watching them, still smiling. He looked away, filled with a useless, dismissive hatred as the icy water slopped against his lips. Murdering bloody bastard. Rebecca tensed against his chest suddenly. She pushed away from him and grabbed Karen's body, her fingers cycling frantically through the dead woman's vest. She laughed, a bright, hysterical snap of joy. She's gone mad. And jerked a dark, round object from one of Karen's pockets. David saw what it was and felt pure amazement sweep through him.
She carried it for luck.
Rebecca chattered out quickly.
It's live.
David took the grenade and held it behind his back, his thoughts racing again, assessing. The water to his waist and almost to Rebecca's heaving chest. Outer door pops. Pull the pin. Get in the cage. Hold the hatch closed. They'd probably still die. Pull it off. Griffith watched the water rise, watched the two run through a stereotypical melodrama almost absently. His thoughts had already turned to the coming dawn and the problem of getting the heavy canisters upstairs. He supposed it served him right, losing his temper that way. The pair were putting on quite a show. The girl angry at the Brit's apathy, a quick, desperate look for a way out of their predicament, the final embrace, and then the panic. The girl clutching at the T-virus drone, the Brit talking at her, frowning, worried for her sanity even as the dark water rose over her young bosom. Sad. So sad. They should never have come, never have tried to get at me. Now the man was holding her up, pathetically working to postpone the inevitable as the water spun up across the glass. Once they were dead, he'd pop the cage, give the Leviathans a treat before setting them free again. Free to swim in unmanned seas and live out their days in peace.
Mayday, mayday. The subject is loose. Evacuate immediately. Help us. It's in ventilation.
Of simplicity. Instinct.
The drone body fluttered lazily past the window, and he saw that the two invaders had propped themselves between the hatches, struggling to hold on to the last bit of air. A determined pair, if thick-headed. It occurred to him suddenly that he'd never bothered to find out who they were, who had sent them.
And it doesn't matter now, does it?
The lock had filled. The light on the control panel indicated that the outer door had unlatched. It was over. Except they were scrambling to get out, kicking through into the cage, and something small dropped past the window as they pushed the door closed behind them. Griffith frowned, and he just had time to register disbelief before the hatch slammed into his body, and the screaming torrent of liquid ice took his final breath. Chapter 18. When the grenade exploded, everything happened too fast for Rebecca to think about. There were only sensations, terror reigning over all. Brilliant light and incredible, impossible pressure that seemed to go on in shades of cold and black. Faster than fast, movement and muffled strange sound. Dark shapes moved over her feeling mind, blotting out everything and blowing flickers of dizziness, and her chest was imploding, her lungs eating themselves. She kicked and kicked and kicked, and as her legs started to weaken, the dark flickers swallowing her up.
Air.
Air. Sweet, wonderful air slapped across her dying face. She drank convulsively, gasping great heaving gulps of the stuff, still not thinking at all. Her body thought instead, greedily swallowing life. The spray and sting of salt, the warm rocking waves, a high reedy buzz. A massive wave of pressure pushed her forward, driving water up her nose as buckets of it suddenly rained down on top of her. Rebecca gasped air, spinning, her mind connected to her body again.
David! What's...
Rebecca! A choked cry from somewhere in the buzzing dark. The buzz was clearer now. It was... Another surging wave, another torrent pouring over her, seeking to drown her as Griffith had been unable to do, and as the rain fell away. The boat, an engine's powerful deepening thrum as it sped toward her over the thrashing sea. Rebecca! David's desperate call from her left.
I'm here!
She could see the explosion this time. See the giant column of water silhouetted against the searching beams of light before the debris-encrusted wave knocked her back, blinding her with vicious slip and fall. She managed to take a quick gulp of air before the column came down, crashing over her, spattering loudly against the choppy surface.
Depth charges. They're firing depth charges. Umbrella?
The boat was less than 30 meters away when the engine suddenly cut out, the lights playing across the water in front of her. There was a splashing, and the lights moved, one of the blindingly bright beams finding David's exhausted, dripping face a short distance away. A man's voice coming from the boat, now moving slowly toward them.
This is Captain Blake of the Philadelphia S.T.A.R.S. Identify yourselves!
His shout louder as the boat came closer.
We're going to have to get you out of the water! I repeat, the water's not safe! We're coming to get you out!
David called back, his voice clogged and cracking.
Trapp! David Trapp! Exeters! And Rebecca Chambers!
When Blake shouted again, he said the most wonderful, most beautiful words that Rebecca had ever heard.
Burton sent us to find you! Hang on!
Barry. Oh, thank God for Barry Burton.
As drained as she was, as spiritually wasted, torn by loss and fear from the long, terrible night, Rebecca had just enough strength to smile. That's when she heard the choking groan from behind her. There was darkness tinged with red and an echo of pain. In that darkness lay himself and no peace. He was alone and engaged in battle. A furious struggle in that absence of light. He knew that finding the end quickly was important, but a maze of strange and somehow frightening images blocked his way, insisting that he didn't need to hurry. A ghost, a soldier, a rage. The ringing laugh of a woman he had known who was no more, and the terrible dead eyes that had taken away the light in an explosion of fire and sound. Eyes that he knew, but was afraid to remember. The maze beckoned him, called to him to explore deeper and give up his search for the end of darkness. That the path would only lead to greater pain, and he'd almost decided to stop fighting, to let the shadows take over, and the light found him in an explosive blast of deafening thunder. Then he was being shot through ice and liquid black, pounded to consciousness by pain, and it was the pain that he focused on in that screaming, terrible ride, the pain that drove him to fight the darkness. His awareness spun away as the air curdled in his lungs, and the raging cold numbed the pain. But then he could breathe, and the jagged piece of bobbing wood beneath his clawed fingers told him that there was, in fact, light. He wasn't dead, although he almost wished he were. He could still hardly breathe, and the pain pain in his back was exquisite. And then he heard the sound of David's voice amidst the sloshing cold, and felt that life might be worth living after all. He tried to call out, but all that emerged was an exhausted moan. There was a stab of sharp and blinding light, and then darkness again, but there was a flicker of awareness this time that allowed him to understand what was happening. Pain and movement, a feeling of weightless suspension, and then hardness against his cheek. Chill and more movement, the sound of cloth ripping and tapered hair. Excited voices shouting orders, and again the shriek of torn flesh. When he came around again, he saw a shadow in a S.T.A.R.S vest bending over him with an IV bag in one hand and a needle in the other.
I hope that's morphine.
He tried to say, but it got into human form. A split second later, he saw two pale blurs hovering over him as the S.T.A.R.S shadow continued to work on him with warm and gentle hands. The blurs were David and Rebecca, eyes circled with darkness, hair dripping, faces tired and lost.
You're going to be okay, John.
David said softly.
Just rest now. It's all over.
A spreading warmth started to flush through him, a delicious sleep that banished the roar of pain to a distant away land. Just as the friendly darkness came to claim him, it into David's eyes and then to rasp out what he suddenly wanted to say more than anything. It took great effort, and as he said,
You two look like something a coyote ate and shot off a cliff.
He mumbled.
Seriously.
John was followed into the healing blackness by the sweet sound of laughter. The middle-aged S.T.A.R.S medic had taken John inside the small cabin on the 30-foot boat, coming out only once to tell them that everything looked all right. 2 broken ribs, some deep tissue trauma, and a punctured lung, but they'd managed to patch him up well enough to call him stable, and he was resting comfortably. A medevac helicopter had already been radioed for and would be arriving soon, and the medic seemed confident that John would manage a full recovery. David had wept a little at the news, and had not been a bit ashamed. They sat in the back of the boat, huddled under a scratchy wool blanket as Blake and his team continued to set charges, powering easily back and forth across the cove. The Pennsylvania team had already brought up 4 of the giant creatures before they'd seen the explosive burst of air and debris that had come up from the lab, and it was starting to look as though there weren't any more. David had one arm around Rebecca, the girl leaning against his chest as the black sky gradually started to shade to a deep ethereal blue. Neither of them spoke, too tired to do more than watch the team work, dropping charges and searching the results, back and forth and back again. Blake had promised to send divers down for Griffith's tanks as soon as the cove was clear and John had been picked up. There were 2 wetsuits already laid out on the bow's deck, a young alpha whose name David had forgotten, prepping them with studied intensity. He reminded David of Steve a little bit. Somehow, the thought of Steve didn't bring the kind of pain that David expected it would. It hurt. It hurt like hell. Karen and Steve gone. But when he thought of what they had managed to stop, what they had been a part of, it wasn't all for nothing. We stopped Griffith's
Self-destruct
insanity.
sequence initiated.
Stopped him from effectively killing
Authorization
millions of
required.
innocent people. Steve and Karen. God. They would have been so proud. The pain was bad, but the guilt wasn't as devastating as he feared it would be. His responsibility in their deaths was something he knew he'd have to ponder for a long time to come, but he thought that there was a good chance that he'd be able to find a way to come to terms with it eventually. He wasn't sure how, but the tears he'd needed to shed over John had struck him with a step in the right direction. David's tired thoughts turned to Umbrella, to what role they'd played in Griffith's madness. While they surely hadn't meant for their researcher to go mad, they had created the
Attention all
circumstances that allowed it
personnel.
to happen.
Evacuation
Their complete
alert.
disregard for
You have
human
30
life had
seconds
only
until
been
corridor
encouragement for someone like
depressurization.
Griffith. And without Umbrella, the scientists would never have had access to the T-virus. Someday soon, they'll be held accountable for what they've done. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. Perhaps Trent would help them again. Perhaps Barry and Jill and Chris would uncover more and against him, her breath warm against his drying chest, and David let the thoughts go for the time being, content to simply sit and not think at all. He was very, very tired. As the first rays of the sun slipped over the horizon, Blake pronounced the waters clean, though neither David nor Rebecca heard him. Both had fallen into a deep and dreamless sleep beneath the twilight of the coming day. Epilogue. The meeting room was a study in quiet but unpretentious elegance. 3 men sat at the stately oak table, a fourth standing by the window and staring out thoughtfully at the hazy morning sky. The man at the window could see the others reflected in the glass, though it doubted that they noticed his careful scrutiny. For as sharp as they were politically, they tended to be fairly dull about.
It's down the eastern corridor. We need to move, quickly.
After the phone conference, the man who always wore blue spoke first, directly addressing the elderly man with the groomed mustache. Do we need to discuss the ramifications of this? Blue asked. Mustache sighed.
I believe the report covered them,
he said airily. The tea drinker broke in, setting his cup down with a rattle. Steaming liquid slopped over the side, distorting the tiny umbrella design that adorned the side of the cup. I don't think it's wise to underestimate the magnitude of this difficulty, T said. Particularly not with the current instability factor in development. Blue nodded. I agree. Things like this have a way of getting out of hand. First the secondary in Raccoon, now the Cove. Mustache cut him off with a sharp glance. Blue, properly abashed, cleared his throat, his face red as he struggled to recover.
They're everywhere! Fall back!
That is to say, I believe there should be a more thorough investigation into these matters. Don't you think, Mr. Trent? The man at the window turned around, wondering how these people had ever managed to get where they were. He didn't smile, knowing how much it bothered them when he didn't smile. I'm afraid I'll have to get back to you on that, Trent said coolly. Blue nodded quickly. Of course. Take all the time you need. No hurry, gentlemen. Am I right? Without another word, Trent turned and walked out of the room, outwardly as intimidating and precise as they expected him to be, as they wanted him to be. Inside. You've been listening to Caliban Cove, the original novel based on the Resident Evil video game series, written by S.T.A.R.S, read to you by Mike Johnson and Jessica Newman. If you made it to the end of this audiobook, I truly hope you enjoyed the ride. Thank you for giving it a chance. Thank you for your patience.